machines, and it's absolutely insane the thrust they get out of it. I'll tell you, folks, if you've never seen personal watercraft racing, you're going to have an eyeful today.
My name is Juan Liscano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jet Ski Shop sticks to liquid moly, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than liquid moly.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
LIQUI-MOLY has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. LIQUI-MOLY marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for ride viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Valentina Lescano. I'm here at Pro Watercross for our jet ski racing. We're sponsored by LIQUI-MOLY. Thanks to them, we have our strong boats and we're able to podium. I've been racing for about 4 years now, and ever since I joined LIQUI-MOLY, I'll never go back.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Pro Watercross has enjoyed 25 successful seasons on the water. The world's greatest watercross racers excite the senses, engage audiences, and build communities through integrated campaigns that get results.
It's a great tour. It hits a lot of hot spots. It travels, a lot of the U.S. And it brings you to all kinds of different demographics of people that you're racing against, people that you don't get to see all the time. It's a tour that is complete, from kids racing to adults racing, a lot of spectators, and just the best locations to go to. Daytona, Panama City Beach, Pensacola. We're in Georgia, Racine, Wisconsin, Texas. We go everywhere.
Beautiful spot, Naples, Florida. You can't get any better than that. And LIQUI-MOLY launching this range, it's marine range, partnering with such a great entity is just beautiful.
For season 26 and beyond, Pro Watercross continues its leadership role in environmental education, safety, and with a family-friendly vibe.
A lot of good people here. It's a good place to raise your kids and teach them how to succeed in a competitive environment. I've been doing it since 1996. My 17-year-old son's now three-time world champion at jet ski racing, and he grew up by my side.
Are you ready? Get online with prowatercross.org.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
My name is Juan Liscano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jet Ski Shop sticks to LIQUI-MOLY, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than LIQUI-MOLY.
Want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
LIQUI-MOLY has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. LIQUI-MOLY marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Valentina Lescano. I'm here at Pro Watercross for our jet ski racing. We're sponsored by LIQUI-MOLY. Thanks to them, we have our strong boats and we're able to podium. I've been racing for about 4 years now, and ever since I joined LIQUI-MOLY, I'll never go back.
You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Pro Watercross has enjoyed 25 successful seasons on the water. The world's greatest watercross racers excite the senses, engage audiences, and build communities through integrated campaigns that get results.
It's a great tour. It hits a lot of hot spots. It travels, a lot of the U.S. And it brings you to all kinds of different demographics of people that you're racing against, people that you don't get to see all the time. It's a tour that is complete, from kids racing to adults racing, a lot of spectators, and just the best locations to go to. Daytona, Panama City Beach, Pensacola. We're in Georgia, Racine, Wisconsin, Texas. We go everywhere.
Beautiful spot, Naples, Florida. You can't get any better than that. And LIQUI-MOLY launching this range, its marine range, partnering with such a great entity is just beautiful.
For season 26 and beyond, Pro Watercross continues its leadership role in environmental education, safety, and with a family-friendly vibe.
A lot of good people here. It's a good place to raise your kids and teach them how to succeed in a competitive environment. I've been doing it since 1996. My 17-year-old son's now a three-time world champion at jet ski racing, and he grew up by my side.
Are you ready? Get online with prowatercross.org.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
My name is Juan Lescano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jesse shop sticks to LIQUI-MOLY, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than LIQUI-MOLY.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
LIQUI-MOLY has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using a warranty? Well, you shouldn't. LIQUI-MOLY marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Valentina Lescano. I'm here at Pro Watercross for our jet ski racing. We're sponsored by LIQUI-MOLY. Thanks to them, we have our strong boats and we're able to podium. I've been racing for about 4 years now, and ever since I joined LIQUI-MOLY, I'll never go back.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Industries on the brand new Commander GP1. It is Jules Hopkins.
Is that they calling that the American one?
That is the American one.
Nice. On the number 98 out of Homestead, Florida. On the K1, sponsored by Riva Racing, LIQUI-MOLY, Jet Pilot, HydroTurf, Bucked Up Flosion, and PWC Doctor, it's Shelby Warman.
Number 201 out of Delray Beach, riding for Riva Racing, Map Tuner, Landis Racing, Unlimited, JETTRIM, Jet Life Miami, Snyder Built, and Fast Power Sports. On the Fast Power Sports GP1, Christopher Landis.
And on the number 591 Fast Power Sports machine out of LaBelle, Florida, sponsored by Likes Brothers Incorporated, Kyle Fabreau.
In ski four-stroke stock Superjet, number 16, out of Tampa, Florida, riding for Big Buildings Direct, Cabrera Motorsports, SBT HydroTurf, Pinned Up Performance, and Farthing Racing, Tim Hickman.
On the 336 Yamaha out of Pembroke Pine, Florida, 34 years old and self-sponsored, Irck Medin.
And that is the lineup. Race number 1, we're going to have Pro-Am Ski GP, the featured class here today for CBS Sports Network. Rick Lake with, hey, Kurt, look at the camera. Kurt Nolenberg.
Are we live across the entire planet right now?
Indeed we are. Welcoming everybody to Tavares, Florida. This is a beautiful setting on Lake Dora. And we're just getting ready to go with Pro-Am Ski GP. This is going to be our featured class, as I said, for CBS Sports this weekend, and we are set for some good racing, and we're looking forward to it.
I'm really excited, Rick. It's we're looking forward to some really close boat-to-boat action here with a few of the competitors. Like you said earlier, we've got Jules back and with a new boat. David Cabrera, the master of disaster. He's been around forever, helps anybody and everybody, and knows how to tune a boat better than anyone. Absolutely crazy. And, he's got to fight that young warrior in Jules Hopkins.
Well, yeah, you say the tuner, Cabrera is just extremely well-versed in setting up these GP1s. He's on a Fast Power Sports model. Now, we know that a couple of years ago, the Commander Industries team of Dustin Matsouras and Steve Webster split up. They went their separate ways, and so now we have two versions of the famous, pretty much ubiquitous GP1 aftermarket hull, which now is a Fast Power Sports South African produced model, Dustin's company, and then of course Steve Webster and his team out of Phoenix, Arizona, with USA made now GP1, and there are differences. Jules is aboard a brand new USA made GP1, Cabrera on the South African model, as is, I believe, Shelby Warman and Christopher Landis and Kyle Fabreau. I think all of those are on the South African GP1s, Kurt.
Right, the Fast Power Sports models.
Yes.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens out there. Backyard Biloxi, Mississippi.
Well,
strategy going on there, and those guys, they got some stuff under the hood.
Yeah, exactly. And,
it's going to be fun.
We spent a little time with Jules and his father, Gary, this morning, and that boat that they've built, that, they all use the Kawasaki four-stroke, power plants pretty much in all the aftermarket boats.
I believe that's a ubiquitous.
Ubiquitous.
You
like that word,
manage to say that every weekend.
You like
and
it.
I managed to mangle it every weekend as well.
Well,
yes, it's accurate.
Let me just say they're everywhere.
They are
I'll
everywhere.
say that. But
planet-wide.
Now Gary and Jules have developed a tweak to theirs. They're using, and I hope they don't mind, well, they probably figured I was going to share this since they were talking this morning.
Since we told them we were going to tell on them.
They're using a head and exhaust manifold off of an Ultra 250, which is still the same basic power plant, but that Ultra 250 was the first supercharged Kawasaki, 1,500 four-stroke power plant in that configuration. But the head and manifold off of that offer better breathing than the stock setup that comes on the 1600 Kawasaki engines.
Yeah, well, being supercharged, it's got much larger ports
yes.
and a much thicker casting.
Right.
Allows them to get a little crazy in there. And Gary, in there with a porting machine and left to his own designs. Who
And
knows what's in there?
And what we understand is a lot of the GP1s, these Kawasaki-powered aftermarket boats that the racers are using are, roughly in the 200 horsepower range. And I think that they're looking at, the Hopkins that is, looking at maybe getting up into the 220 range with the setup they are. So we'll see today because Cabrera, going back to David, he has been tuning these GP1s forever.
Yep.
And he has a plethora of knowledge because he races at a very high level and he tunes at a very high level. And that is a really almost the ultimate combination, right?
Right, no question about it. He knows what's happening with the boat on the water. He knows when he's on his computer tweaking, the ignition curve on that machine or the fuel curve. He knows what it's going to feel like, and he's done it enough so he can relate to the riders when they come in. How do you feel? Where do you need more? And he just dials it in.
I always say if you've got a GP1 or if you've got a Kawasaki SXR 1500 stand-up, anything powered like that, look no further than Cabrera Motorsports. It's an ad for him, but this is completely unsolicited. This guy's got the knowledge, and if you want a cruiser, you want a wreck boat, you want an intermediate level race boat or the full deal. He's the guy to go to, man. He's got a lot of knowledge.
And he's got so much intimate knowledge of the inner workings of these things. He can tell you, look, if you've got one of those Ultra 250s, you got to change your oil every 9.5 hours because at 10.5 hours, you have failure in the valve system. So you know what? That kind of stuff is absolutely critical here in the racing.
Absolutely, Kurt. So one note today, we are out instead of in the tower, on the beach like we normally are because of the configuration here in Tavares, which is absolutely a beautiful location.
Spectacular.
The seaplane capital. We'll talk about that more as the day goes on, but we're on the dock. We're out on the dock right next to the scoring and flagging area. And so Kurt and I, along with Richard Ignacio, Livestream 247, our live streamer, we're all together out here on the dock. So we're hitting a I don't know what you want to call it. I would say a fisheye view of the race course today.
I'm going to tell you, today's going to be an immersive experience for you and I.
I like that.
Right?
We are going to be immersed. Hopefully not overly immersed. CBS Sports Network on scene. Look at Ray with the drone.
Ray's got it handled. Little Ray making it happen.
I feel like I'm being watched. Oh, that's Richard Ignacio. Wait a second.
He's like, Ray.
Hey, wait a second. This is our deal, buddy.
Ray's. I'll take that drone right out of the air.
I feel like I'm being watched.
You think?
It's kind of creepy, isn't it?
Yeah, watch. It's going to come from behind us. We won't even know it's there.
It's a little creepy having that thing hovering right in front of your face.
It's like a Prius, right? You don't hear the ding thing.
I know. You get run over by it. Oh, man.
All right, so we're going to go with a rolling start here, obviously.
Kurt, I feel like we're in fine form today already.
No question about it, Rick. You have never been sharper, and
well, that's debatable.
And I'm here.
That's quite debatable.
All right, here we go. Got a rolling start. Going to try the first start of the day, trying to get everybody in there. Now they've got split class, so they got the two riders. Looks like a little bit back. I'm not sure if they're separating them or not.
Those are the four-stroke Superjets, stock four-stroke Superjets. They're in a separate class of the GP1s. So they're lining up, and rolling starts are a little tenuous, a little challenging. Here we go. We're underway. Oh, good start. Clean start.
Cabrera on the inside.
Oh, look at Jules.
Look
at Jules. Oh, my goodness gracious. Jules goes around and just makes an absolutely amazing turn. Crisp as you could possibly get. Lays that Commander GP1 over and down the front straightaway. Here comes Jules Hopkins.
Powered by Hopkins right there, powered by Cabrera.
Landis
and then
in
Christopher Landis in third. The 591.
That's Fabro, Kyle Fabro.
Fabro.
And 336 is Irck Medlin on the stock Superjet. And then Shelby Warman on the GP1.
Course Marshal Randy coming up. He's got a smile on his face. He loves those rolling starts.
Yeah, he did a good job on that one.
Really good job, as usual. Out in front, Jules Hopkins starting to pull away. We got a rider down on the far right-hand side of the course. Jules Hopkins first rider to take that green Joker boy on the far left-hand side of the course.
Wow. Well, that was close.
Right there.
He gave Cabrera a little opening, but Jules was not going to give it up.
He already had high.
Yeah.
He was already on the gas.
That was a little scary from out here on the dock, Kurt.
Well, Cabrera saw him coming and kept tight to the buoy
yeah.
instead of accelerating out. So those two are, they've been doing this a while.
If it were less skilled riders.
Oh, scary.
Oh, my goodness.
Scary. So only one rider so far that I've seen has taken the.
Yep, that's Jules.
And that is the
Jules
Joker boy, excuse me.
And here comes Hopkins, number 85, down the front straightaway, the race leader on that very, very fast Commander GP1. And now Cabrera and Landis going at it for second.
Oh, and these two practice together. They know each other like brothers. And the old man, David Cabrera, got the start there. Christopher Landis, the younger rider, is going to have to take his time, try and wear down the old man. But right now, Cabrera's starting to leave him.
He is. Cabrera, 57 years old, and Christopher Landis, 28 years old. So a significant difference.
He's over double
those
his
two.
age.
Yes,
man.
he is. Just barely, but yeah.
And already, Jules Hopkins starting to lap the competition up there. Actually, that's in the four-stroke stock class.
Cabrera, though, staying within striking distance
no question.
of Hopkins in this first moto of Pro-Am Ski GP.
And I missed it, but I got to say, I think Christopher Landis went and took the Joker boy that last lap.
Yeah, I did not catch it.
I don't think Cabrera has, and that really adds like 2 buoys to the length of Jules Hopkins' lead, because he's already done it. He did it on the first complete lap. That's done for this moto. And just got to watch here and see.
Hopkins one more time down the front straightaway. We got somebody coming by on the hook right in front of us.
That's Shelby Warman. Unfortunate.
Oh, man. That was a short first moto for Shelby.
Yeah, hate to see that. Here comes Christopher Landis. Boy, he's in full-on attack mode.
Oh, he is charging right now.
He is pushing hard. He's already picked up that Joker boy. Yep. Now, Cabrera, as far as I know, hasn't. But, as always, everything that we say up here is unofficial. And the official results will be after the race, posted on the pit board. Well, here comes Hopkins, Rick.
I was going to say, we do know officially Jules Hopkins is absolutely tearing it up out here in moto number 1 of Pro-Am Ski GP. Jules, 27 years old, out of Biloxi, Mississippi, and he is on that USA-made Commander GP1 that him and his dad have done some real personal tuning on, running that Ultra 250 head and exhaust manifold combo, and he's got some horsepower on that thing, Kurt.
No question about it. Also got some handling. I mean,
yeah.
He was talking to us about it. I guess, can we speak about the difference in the hulls? And he was
of course.
telling us, this brand new hull made in the USA by Commander, Steve Webster and his family. And this thing has got some important details, differences from the prior boats that have been out there. And boy, Jules is really making it work here.
Yeah, Cabrera charging. Cabrera is keeping within striking distance of Hopkins. There's no question about it. Landis has dropped off just a little bit, as I'm not sure Kyle Fabro is in down or if he is in third right now. We don't know exactly. Do you know, Kurt?
No, and that'll be up to the scorers. We had some riders down over here earlier, so it could have been anyone.
Well, I do know Jules Hopkins looks absolutely amazing. This is the first time we've seen Jules in just about a year on the racetrack, and he is really on the gas.
And he is jacked.
Yeah,
a year off. That guy was hitting the gym, and this guy's gained about 20 pounds of muscle. His upper body,
he was skinny.
Strong.
Last time I saw him, I told him he was skinny, and now he is thick.
Dude, his thighs, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
So he's going to use that rider down.
He has put a lot of time in the gym, no question about it. rider back up. So
that's Shelby.
Safely underway. Oh, good. She's back out there.
Yeah, good. Got that thing roaring again.
Jules one more time out in front, down the front straightaway, but Cabrera closing the gap now.
Cabrera's closing the gap, but what we don't know, Rick, is whether David Cabrera has made that Joker buoy move yet.
That's right.
I didn't see it myself.
No, me neither.
And he's been so similarly close. I got to question whether he's done it or not, but we'll find out with scoring at the end. Or watch him, and he's right now. You can hear Jules Hopkins, that last lap, was backing up. He's getting off it, saving some fuel, saving that engine. He's got a lead. It'll be interesting to see. Here comes Cabrera, less than one buoy away. What's he doing?
Wow.
He's going to try and chase him down. Cabrera.
Lap traffic, 336. Midland moving out of the way as the leaders come by. He's on a stock Superjet 4-stroke. The leaders on those GP1s come railing by him.
Yeah, Medlin doing a good job on that stock 4-stroke Yamaha.
Oh, no question about it.
Really?
Yeah, he's down about 100 horsepower at least. From those GP1s. What?
He's got a 100 horsepower deficit compared to that boat that went by with Hopkins on it.
Exactly. Exactly right. And the battle right now, Hopkins and David Cabrera going at it. Putting on a good show out here this morning. First moto.
Yeah, he is.
Ski GP.
Oh. And Cabrera going way wide.
Yeah,
there.
he went a little too wide that time.
Yeah, he got pushed out a little bit. Catch his balance.
But he is right on Jules now.
Right there, man.
He is only about 7-8 boat lengths behind, if that, and closing fast. Here comes Cabrera on the backside of the track trying to close in on our leader, Hopkins. Hopkins has led this thing from the beginning, but David Cabrera is trying to make a move here, Kurt.
And one thing I want to point out for those of you who are the uninitiated, there are 3 separate motos, and the score from each moto is combined for the overall winner at the end of the day. So even if you don't win every moto, you can quite possibly win the overall. Here comes Hopkins, and he is starting to
2 laps to go. We got 2 laps to go right now, and Cabrera is making it work. Here comes Cabrera right up behind Hopkins. Jules doing everything he can on the track, trying to keep Cabrera behind him, yet we don't know if Cabrera has taken that Joker buoy yet.
Well, DC's doing everything he can. He's got to get by Jules and take that green buoy. If he hasn't, if he has, he only needs a little opening to get by.
That's true.
And it only matters the last 2 feet of the race, right?
But he has dropped back a couple boat lengths this last lap. Jules is keeping the speed up, looking good out in front, although I think he's starting to tire just a little bit. Cabrera, definitely the Iron Man.
Yep, you can see it.
Jules had his elbows up high early in the race, and now that those elbows are dropping down a little bit, I see that, you know when they're charging, they've got those elbows up high, and when they're starting to fatigue, the elbows drop down. That's a pretty good sign.
It's an accurate indicator of their performance from that point on in the race, no question.
Just like in motocross racing, this is motocross on the water, and you're seeing the same kind of signs of fatigue from these Pro-Am Ski GP riders, because they are riding flat out here.
Yeah,
they are
no
going as hard as they can go. I mean, this is just wide open GP racing.
Yeah, you start to watch them, Rick, and
white flag
out. You watch them, and as their arms tire, watch their legs, they'll start to stiffen up because they can't hold their body weight up from the pounding they're taking out there. Right now, your leader, Jules Hopkins, has a half a lap to go, and he'll be the winner of Moto number 1. David Cabrera doing everything he can, trying to catch up, and it looks like Cabrera's making a move.
Well, I want to see right here if Cabrera's got to go to the Joker. He may have to go to the Joker. But regardless, Jules is going to bring this thing in first place, barring a catastrophe. He's ridden a brilliant race, hasn't made a mistake all race, going to make one more left-hand turn and wick it up. Looks like Cabrera already did do the Joker, so checkered flag comes out for Hopkins with Cabrera right behind him. Great race.
What a great ride.
Kyle Fabro comes in third unofficially, and 201 Landis in fourth. All right, that was fun. That was fun.
Everybody on the beach, you guys having fun? Give us a wave.
Welcome to Tavares Pro Watercross Racing.
All right. See Jim Devlin down here ready to go. All right, we're switching hulls here.
Would one of you be so kind as to toss me a couple waters, please?
Changing hulls, going to the Irck Stuck and Irck 1100. Those are the Yamaha machines. You see Jim Devlin out there. He's on the 321 out of Lake Placid. He's 66 years young.
And number 429 out of Port Orange, Florida, on a Sea-Doo, 56. And that is Peter Dixon. This is Irck Stock, Irck 1100. So we're going to see the Sea-Doo versus the Yamaha. Separate classes, but, you know, they're going to race. And I think that 1100 of Devlin's might have a little bit of an advantage. But that's okay. You never know, because there's also rider skill involved, and we'll see what happens. Jim Devlin. Good to see Jim out here again. He's always such a great guy to talk to. Really cool dude. No question about that. And what a beautiful Saturday morning here in Tavares, Lake Dora.
Lake Dora is gorgeous.
What
here.
a beautiful place. This is Tavares is the America's seaplane city. We already saw one seaplane taxi out and take off, and it is so cool to be here. What a neat place. It's a quaint little area that we're at here. All the our hotel, the Key West Resort we're staying at, is a block away from the race site. There's little beach bars and restaurants all over the place. It is really cool here, Kurt.
Like I said, I started looking at real estate after
I know you
the
did.
first morning. I'm like, dude, I can get this house.
Well, we live in Southern Kurt's Northern California. I'm Southern California, and if you know anything about real estate prices, California's a little bit more expensive. But
You're right. I can sell the trailer and buy a mansion out here.
Oh, man. It is, yeah, this is a really neat place. We both kind of fell in love with this immediately once we saw it, but we got here at night, and you can't really see anything. We got it yesterday morning and came out. I was like, wow, this is really cool here. What a great location. So thanks to the city of Tavares and Discover Lake County, Florida, as well as Airstream Ventures for putting this together, getting Pro Watercross here, the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown, presented by JETTRIM. Rick Lake up here. Not up here. Wait a second. I'm not up here on the tower with Kurt Nolenberg.
You're up here.
I'm on the dock with Kurt Nolenberg as Jim Devlin and Peter Dixon come flying by us. The rolling starts. Course Marshal Randy started him well again. Randy, you did a good job on that first start this morning with the skis. Randy can't hear.
He's
but
a
that's
hero.
okay. He's got a smile on his face, so he's
Yes, he
happy.
does.
He's a happy camper.
Well, he's been to Lake Dora a lot in his life. And look at the battle. Jim Devlin coming back from second, making the pass.
Yeah,
and it didn't take him long to get out front, Rick.
No, it didn't. It's like I call Havasu my home away from home. Randy probably calls Lake Dora Tavares his home away from home. And all because of great personal watercraft racing and all the fun that we've had over the years. And Devlin out in front, 321. That young man is 66 years old. My hero out there in front of Peter Dixon.
But Dixon has taken the green Joker boy.
The Joker.
And that means Jim Devlin needs to remember to do it, because at 66, you could what was I talking about?
Huh?
Yeah.
I forgot. Well, although even if he did miss it, he's still in a pretty good position.
Well, if he laps him, it wouldn't matter anyway.
I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, they've got full coverage helmets on, but they got ear-to-ear grins under those helmets, having
no
a good
question.
time out here.
And there he goes.
He did remember, Kurt.
He did.
I hope he nobody here to report you talking about him.
That was his stratagem, apparently.
Strategery. Yeah, look at Devlin, elbows up, 321, man, charging down the front straightaway on that Yamaha.
66 years of experience here on the planet.
Yamaha, man, versus Sea-Doo. These are Irck boats, which basically are the smaller hulls of the respective manufacturers and their runabout lines. I'll put it that way without getting into too much detail, but they're just a smaller, lighter watercraft, less expensive too. A really pretty good way to go racing, considering budgets and so forth. They're not supercharged motors, so you don't have to run, high octane gas. The premium gases you can run, regular fuel, which definitely saves money. And also, there we go, the seaplane taking off in front of us, taxiing out. This is so cool. This is again.
Wait a minute! I told him I wouldn't be ready for 15 more minutes. Where's he going?
America's Seaplane City, showing us why. You can come here and you can take rides. You take people out. You can go. They have a couple of tour outfits that you can go for a ride in the seaplane, which would be pretty cool.
We should get him to put us in there to announce the second set of motos from up there. We'll circle around. Like the way I think?
I do. 321, Devlin screaming as he comes by. These racers aren't used to having us right out here on the front straightaway announcing from the dock, which is actually kind of a treat for us. It's something different this weekend, and we're enjoying it. It's been pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it's really nice to be at boat level, up just enough to be able to see beyond the riders are coming in front of us. But
and it's a simple course this weekend. It's not. There's no split. So you don't, the advantage of being up high, we really don't have to have it. And we can see really well what's going on right in front of us.
Yeah, no question about it. And, we've got Maverick there to block us in case anybody gets a little off kilter.
That's exactly right.
Because in my mind, I'm diving behind you, sir.
Thank you. But the other thing you get to experience from being right here on the front straightaway at water level is the speed. Like in the GP ski class, we can really experience the speeds those guys are running at and girls are racing at, which is a treat. It's a different experience. When we're up in the tower, we're a little bit removed, from that. The closer you get, the more you really get the sense of the speed. So
no question,
it's
Rick,
enjoyable.
You can feel it as they come by. You can feel the spray. With a little bit of wind as it kicks up.
Yep.
You're like, yeah, it's an immersive experience.
Indeed, it is.
Yes, it is. There's Jim. Go that way, Jim. There we go.
Straighten it out, please.
Yes, please. Yeah, I know you think it's funny. It's not.
All right. All right. Devlin now starting to close in on Peter Dixon. Peter on the Quick Life Clothing Sea-Doo out of Port Orange, Florida, 56 years old, number 429. And he is in Irck stock. Jim Devlin in Irck 1100. Number 321 out of Lake Placid, Florida, 66 years old, as we mentioned, on the Yamaha. And he is just about set to lap Peter Dixon. Of course, he's got a faster boat. That Irck 1100. So Devlin now going around the outside and then inside of Dixon. That was a good move on Jim Devlin's part. That was a little aggro, a little aggressive right there.
Dude, at 66, this guy is lit up. You go, Jim.
He is screaming as he comes by.
Uh-oh. Maybe I misunderstood. His throttle might be locked. That wasn't a scream of joy. It was terror.
He's having a good time out there.
He is having a great time out there.
No doubt about it.
And so are we, Mr.
Absolutely.
Lake.
Beautiful, beautiful Saturday morning here in Tavares, Lake Dora.
Yep.
Tavares, Florida, and the seaplanes coming and going while we're watching Pro Watercross right in front of us here. The LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown presented by JETTRIM.
Yep, powered by Solus.
Indeed.
Jim making the turn. Not near as enthusiastic as he was.
Thumbs up, white lap.
Everybody hydrate. You see that? That was like a public service announcement by Jim Devlin.
One lap to go for Jim.
I need a water, please. At 66, we'll give him one as he comes by. White flag out. Our race director, Kevin Scott, grew up in this sport. His dad, course marshal Randy out there. You see him in the orange. Chasing down Jim Devlin just to make sure he goes around every buoy.
A lot of time on the water between those two.
Oh, dude. All right, we're going up. Race number 3, Novice Sports Stock, Junior Sports Stock, 13-15 combined. Our junior riders, our stock Novice Sports Stock riders, you guys should come out, as this is the end of race number 2. Your winner,
Jim Devlin, takes a checkered flag
Jim
as
Devlin.
he is having some fun out there, apparently.
And Jim had picked up a sponsor, David Cabrera, just in time for that moto win. And Peter Dixon brings it home, the Port Orange, Florida rider, having himself some fun out there on his Sea-Doo. All right, we switch up hulls once again to the sport class. Novice Sports Stock on the 110. Now, I haven't seen the 110 out here. I don't know if Colton Galata made it out here. We'll have to take a look. I see
well, Peter
Bentley
Dixon
Dearman
going back out on, again, back-to-back motos for Peter Dixon.
Oh, yeah.
So we may wait just a minute to let Peter switch holes and get a swig of water and catch his breath.
Yeah, and folks, definitely hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Make sure you got enough water there. We don't want anybody going down in the pits. And what's the worst that can happen if you have a little excess water? You sweat it out.
One way or the other.
All right, well, on the 715, Judge Motorsports Yamaha out of Madison, Missouri. Mississippi?
I think that's Mississippi.
MS?
I'm pretty.
Yeah, you're right.
Pretty 100%
yeah, Missouri
sure.
MI. Yeah. Pretty 100%, yeah.
Well, no, that's Michigan MI.
What's Missouri? All right, well, it'll remain a mystery, at least until I get to Google.
Well, you're never going to get a job in for working for the post office. I'll guarantee you that.
I guarantee you that as well. Although,
I'll bet
our vaulted leader, AJ Handler.
I'll bet AJ knows.
I know AJ wouldn't hire me for that job. Yeah,
or any other.
Well, that's obviously false. I'm here.
That's true. So, Bentley Dearman is 12 years old, and is this her first race? Is that correct?
Her very first race ever.
That is
that
awesome.
she's participated in. Obviously, she grew up watching Dad race.
Well, yeah.
And win multitude of
a
championships.
million races.
Yeah.
But she's 12 years old on a Yamaha Wave Blaster. And
They just picked that up from Judge Motorsport yesterday.
And
This is the first time in the water.
Pretty cool. Novice Sports Stock 429. The aforementioned Peter Dixon out of Port Orange on a Sea-Doo HX, riding for Quick Life Clothing.
And I do not see Galata here, so I'm thinking the Galata family somehow missed the train to get here.
That's too bad because they are missing a great day here in Tavares. So this is Bentley's first race ever, Billy, correct?
Billy, come on over here and tell us about it.
Outstanding. He's
He's
got the camera. He's shooting this one. He's not going to miss this.
What's your prediction for this race, Billy?
Depends on how much trigger she gives it.
Yeah, it's not a question of whether the boat will do it. It's just how used to it she gets, how quickly.
That's right. She
Now,
came here with the boat's been down because we were updating the engine, so we haven't had the ski for months.
say that again, Billy.
The ski has been down for at least 6 months because we were updating the engines for the new rule adjustments. So she hasn't been able to practice at all. So she's a little nervous.
So are we. All right. First time ever. It's going to be fun.
Bentley Dearman. Multi-time
And that's
champion
it.
Billy Dearman's up, and right off the start,
Oh, she's got to start the boat.
I think she yanked that lanyard off somehow. There we go. Up and underway.
Well, this will be a challenge.
Yes, it will.
Here we go.
Swell, Peter Dixon, 56. Bentley Dearman, 12.
Yeah.
There's a discrepancy in age.
Like
And
almost identical.
Red
and
flag.
they'll red flag it because somebody jumped the gun.
Course Marshal Randy not happy with that start. Going to lead him back out. And Peter Dixon's like, come on, man. I got the whole shot in the lead.
Come on, man. That sounded like Brandon.
Come on, man.
That is Brandon.
Yep. Well,
all right, we're
Peter-
going to re-rack them, restack them, and restart them. It's so quiet at Idle.
It's
don't they?
quiet, and the air, we got a little breeze picking
Just
up
enough.
here, and it feels pretty darn good right now, doesn't it?
I am so excited to be this calm.
The dock is not shaking much.
Not yet.
It got rocking pretty good during Pro-Am Ski GP.
It did. I'll be telling you, I didn't get seasick, no queasy. I started to feel a little dizzy there. I just think,
I know you
had some equilibrium going
started
on there.
it started affecting you, which
Yeah.
There
And
we
another
go.
start. And that was a little closer. Well, I'll tell you what.
It's like the green flag is up. Is it the green flag? Yep, green flag is up. We got a good start.
And Bentley's doing what she should in her first race, which is watch the guy in front of her.
Be careful.
Make sure you go around every buoy in succession, the right direction, and get a couple of laps in before you want to,
Make
pursue.
that charge to the front.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Peter Dixon coming around on the Sea-Doo HX, making a real wide turn. Bentley's going to cut that tight and pick up a couple bowl lengths on him.
I was thinking that exact thing before it happened, Rick. And now when I see what Billy was talking about, because if she pulls that throttle, that thing rockets forward.
She's
And
got some
like,
horse.
Whoa, hold on there, cowboy.
I was going to say, I just noticed she's got some horsepower underneath her there.
Yeah. I have no question in my mind if she holds that thing wide
Oh.
open, she's going to catch up
Real quick.
within about 3 buoys.
Yes.
Tim Judge,
Well, she's good. It's
putting the pedal to the metal.
You said it a minute ago. She's doing the right thing. She's getting a feel for this thing. If she stays where she's at, and by time 5 laps, 6 laps roll around,
Oh yeah.
she's going to start getting a little confidence there with that engine.
Yeah, and remember, this is only the first of 3 motos. So the next time she goes out, she'll know what she's in, what's coming.
And Peter taking the
Peter taking the lead.
Peter taking the joker. So Bentley now in the lead. Now she's going to have to pick the way around the track.
Rick, you were a novice once, so was I. She has got to be so nervous now because she's not following anybody. Now it's up to her to decide where the course goes.
Absolutely.
Each and every buoy. She's doing a great job. She watched her dad do it for her entire life, so I'm certain she knows which side of the buoy to go. But, boy, when you're out there the first time.
It's different.
It is, isn't it?
It's different.
She's doing a great job, though. And look at this. She may have the opportunity to pick up that joker buoy and retain the lead.
Yeah, it's a completely different mindset being in an actual race and then riding buoys for practice. It is just completely different, and it takes a little while to adapt, to get the nerves to calm down, to get back into your flow.
There she goes.
And she looks like a savvy pro out there.
Oh, this is going to be close. She keeps she's pulling it.
Oh,
she backed out the
yeah,
front. That was
she
probably
did.
wise.
Yep.
I can barely see to the left of me. There's a bright light. Oh, no. That's Billy Dearman's teeth. He's got a smile from ear to ear watching Bentley out there having some fun. Yep. Oh, the pride of a father watching their child race. It is such a pleasure, believe me.
I got to say, she is doing a very, very fine job for her first race ever.
Yeah, no question. And Peter Dixon out of Port Orange, Quick Life Clothing sponsored rider is he's not pushing that HX too hard, and that's given her an opportunity to catch up. We'll see what goes on.
No, I think
looking to see how many more laps we've got.
I think that's really fun for Bentley because she is able to keep on the pace right behind Dixon, and that gives her the ability to see what it's like. I mean, I know she's got to have done a million laps with her dad, no question about it, and probably others as well. But she's 12 years old, first race. I mean, come on, this is really special.
And, really, she caught it.
She made it. She almost got tossed.
Yep, that was close. Well, this gives us an opportunity to talk about a lot of things about personal watercraft racing for the uninitiated. I know we've got a few people here who have never seen a jet ski race. One of the things that makes personal watercraft racing different than, let's say, motocross, because that's the general comparison, and a motocross track, it changes a little bit every lap. On the water, it changes every foot, and every lap is different. So, one of the talents that you've got to have is the ability to read the water. And if you see that white water that's behind these craft, all of them, that's aerated water from the impeller that is underneath the boat. Rather than an outboard that's got a prop in the water behind you, this is in the last quarter of the boat, and a little bit of cavitation there comes out as the water comes out. That water is aerated. It's not, in quotes, solid. So you want to try and stay away from that to keep maximum thrust going.
Yeah, absolutely.
That describe it reasonably well?
Yeah, absolutely. And in addition to everything you said, the changes in the water constantly, well, what riders do is they get more savvy with more experience, is they're able to utilize the wake at times of the boat in front of them as a berm. So they can go inside of that. She just did it right there.
Again.
And you can use that as a berm to accelerate off of. You're not in the white water, you're actually in clean water, but you've got a little wake, and you can use that if you can keep the boat hooked up to propel yourself forward and gain on your competitor just a little bit in a corner. And as the laps go on, each little bit you're able to do that, you can make up a little bit of time. Conversely, if you miss that and end up going over the wake and into some aerated water, you lose a little bit. So that's the game that's played, and the better you get at it, the better your results are.
Yeah, well, right there, Bentley got a little bit sideways in that pump wash. That's what it's called, that aerated water, and started sliding sideways just a little bit. One of the things that keeps these things in the water at maximum speed is the vacuum that's created by the water going up into the pump. That holds the hull down. But when you get into this aerated water, it loses some of that vacuum. It becomes, for lack of a better word, slippery.
Well, you're right, 100%. And I'm watching Bentley, and she's starting to use that horsepower a little bit more. As we figured, the laps wound down. She would start becoming a little more comfortable with that acceleration. And there's been a couple times where she's actually, pinned it a little bit more and gained, and then, maybe lose a little bit. This is the learning experience for a 12-year-old in her first race ever. So pretty fun to watch, to be honest with you, to see. And she's doing a masterful job.
Right?
I mean, goodness gracious. And there are a lot of times she is actually using the inside, the wake on the inside that's left by that HX in front of her to make a nice hard turn inside of where that HX went and gain a boat length.
Yeah, and let's throw it out there. This is her first time on this boat. I mean, the first time ever on this boat. She didn't really, until practice, Billy went out and broke the motor in this morning just to get some time on it. And it takes time to get to learn a new craft. But I got the feeling, with the smile that Billy's got, there's something in reserve. It's like, honey, when I give you when I nod my head, when you come by, then you pull that thing to the bar. You pull that throttle to the bar, honey, and hold on.
Oh, that's funny.
And look at that smile. He's got something up his sleeve. He does.
I really believe that this is really just about an ideal setting for a first-time racer.
Absolutely perfect.
Particularly a junior, really anybody, but particularly a junior, relatively flat lake, not a bunch of competitors, somebody just a little bit faster, but she can keep an eye on and race. She's racing. I mean, they're racing.
Oh, yeah.
She's not by herself out there. She's racing. And she's trying to catch it. But, there's a difference between catching somebody and getting around somebody.
Oh, no question
right?
about it. And every time she pulls that throttle, as I'm watching, that thing is starting to stretch her arms. It's like, Tim Judge machines, they're going to run and run and run.
They're fast.
And they're going to do it at a maximum warp speed.
Yeah, they're fast.
So she's just got to get used to that blast of power.
Yep. And, the other thing, like I said, getting around somebody is a lot different than catching somebody. And there are riders that can make that boat, 8 feet wide. And there are other riders that can give up the position a little more easily.
Yep.
And depending on who you're competing against. And everybody's a little bit different.
Well, I don't think Peter Dixon's going to give that up willingly. No question about it. Peter's looking over. He's looking for that white flag. He's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
I'm 56 years old. When are you going to stop this?
These riders are getting their laps, their money's worth here today in Pro Watercross Triple Crown. Round number 2 from Tavares, the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown presented by JETTRIM. This is round number 2 here in Tavares, Florida. We're on Lake Dora, presented by Discover Lake Country, Florida, as well as Airstream Ventures. And it is just a lovely Saturday morning here. What a beautiful day for Pro Watercross, Kurt.
It is an absolutely gorgeous day out here. It's so many people out on the water. And as I'm watching these two riders in front of us, I'll tell you, Bentley Darren, I'm sure Dad's going to tell her, I've seen her back off in the corners, and unfortunately that doesn't work because you slide. It's hard to control. You've got to be on the power to be able to steer it. And final lap, Rick, this is it. If she's going to make a move, Bentley's got to do it in this lap. And Peter Dixon's just started to wick it up a little bit more.
Well, I was just thinking, I think they're going to finish about where they're at right now. But I think it's going to be interesting with Moto number 2 and then even maybe more so with Moto number 3. Thank you. To see where the progression lies with Bentley and how, more aggressive if she does become more aggressive, to see her, evolution in riding and racing here. It's really fun to watch.
I agree, and we get to see it here, as does everyone on the planet if they're watching the live stream. Thanks to Maverick, Rick Ignacio, livestream247.com, the #1 rated live streamer in the U.S.
And number 429, Peter Dixon, comes by. He'll take the checkered flag.
He brought it home.
Right in front of
Bentley
Bentley Dearman, her first race ever under her belt. Congratulations, Bentley.
Congratulations, Billy.
Yeah, totally. You got to be
first one in the bag, brother.
Got to be stoked with that one. That's cool.
It is so much fun.
That's pretty sweet, isn't it?
Rick, I can still remember my son's first race at 12 years old.
12 years old.
Yep.
Where at?
That was at Santanella. It was, I think, one of the first rounds of the CT Sports Northern Southern California.
Oh, John and Sue Haveman.
Yep. The Haveman clan.
Very nice people.
Really nice people. And
actually
boy,
worked with John for a short time at IJSBA. We hired him for a while, and so got to spend some time with John. Just a really, really nice individual.
He really cared for the sport. No question about it. All right, well, going on, race number 4. Amateur runabout box stock on the 1.1 Yamaha. He is 67 years young. Sponsored by Showtime Floors, Rough Racing, Forgetting You Yamaha, and Retirement, Patrick Grumpy. What did he put it? Oh, okay. Sarnich. I was like, I know it's Patrick Sarnich. What's going on there?
Sarnici,
yeah.
Petra Sarnici. Grumpy.
Out of Des Prairies, Wisconsin.
529 out of Orlando. Always good to see him on the Sea-Doo. Marcio Benedetti.
And we transfer over to runabout. Normally aspirated. Actually, I don't think we do, because I believe the Galata clan did not make it here.
Then that's going to be it.
So that will be it. That'll be easier. So we need to see Marco Benedetti and
Marcio
Grumpy
Benedetti.
up here. What did I say?
Marco.
That's like Marcio, but, pronounced incorrectly. Where's the humor in that?
Oh, my God.
Man, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Marcio, come on out here.
Lord Almighty, this is going
I see Marcio's ready to go.
Different direction.
We're almost ready to go. Well, he's finishing his coffee and dessert.
I know Grumpy's been ready to go since yesterday.
I know, but I'm not seeing him on his boat. Is he out here somewhere? Am I missing him?
He's here. There he is.
There he is.
It's kind of like on the starting line, only different.
Yeah, this whole being on the dock thing has got to
Well,
open us up.
Rolling starts are different, but Course Marshal Randy very experienced, and he knows what he's doing. He knows how to start using the rolling start method. Done those probably a couple times in his life.
Yeah, he has.
And that's usually utilized in an area that we don't have a good spot from the shore to start the boats. It's been done many, many times in the past. Nothing new, to say the least. And back a long, long time ago, dated myself here, about 1990, we had a race at Parker, Arizona on the Colorado River. And it was an APBA race. And it was the first ever personal watercraft race that there were watercraft besides Kawasaki's. And
they hated Yamahas, huh?
Well, there was the Yamahas, and there was wet jets and
those
different,
crazy wet
the,
jets.
like pickle fork hole little things. And we had these really crazy guys on the what were the motorcycle things? The Aqua Jets, or what were they called? They look like motorcycles with the big ski in the front.
Did
the
you
skid.
ever ride one of those
I did
things?
not, but we had those
They were damn
guys.
near impossible, somebody our size.
What were they called? They were
Aquabike?
something like that, and they were sketchy and scary. And we had a whole crew of those guys show up.
Yeah.
Because they kind of hung together. And,
you have to.
And Bad Brad Southworth was our race director, and we did a rolling start with those. That's probably the first time I've seen a rolling start. And those things had that big metal ski on the front of them.
Scary.
And I thought it was terrifying. And they all kind of came. They were all little older guys with like beards and stuff. And we were a little younger, and we were like, wow, these guys, that's like the Hells Angels coming to the race, And they were a cool group, and boy, but the things were pretty quick. They were pretty fast. And they were pretty scary.
Yeah, they got a cheese grater on the front just in case you went down.
If you got hit by one of those,
oh, dude, not good.
I mean, I know why. Among other reasons why we never allowed those in IJSBA racing, but at that time, APBA wanted to get involved, and our promoter Brad Cuthbertson was going to do things his way, and it was like, okay, we're running them, and nobody died. So that was a plus.
That's not a great indicator of success, I got to tell you.
No, it was.
I mean,
in my mind.
Yeah. All right, well, we're ready to start our race number 4, box stock runabout. Marcio Benedetti and Grumpy. We're just calling him Grumpy. Oh, there we go.
Marcio getting a jump on Grumpy.
Oh, Grumpy.
And extends it.
Yeah.
Well, Marcio is running a box stock. So they're in the same. These guys are racing each other. This is a full-on battle.
Right. Sea-Doo versus Yamaha.
These are supercharged 300 horsepower runabouts that these guys are on. And Marcio, we've seen him race now for a while, and a Grumpy as well, but Marcio, I think, we can agree, he has really gotten better and better and better. He really a great attitude, always cool guy. Don't talk a lot, but he at first in beginner runabout,
was like every other beginner,
as most of those classes have gone, basically scared the hell out of us.
Yeah, he was his first. All right, well, as we going to take a quick break just to point out that the food truck has arrived. Anybody hungry? Go over there and get some food.
I think there's more than one. I think it's food trucks plural. And
it's a battle.
Yes, I've seen a couple roll in, and there's some good-looking chow over there to be had. And I'm looking forward to lunch.
Well-placed speakers, apparently. Yeah.
Well, Marcio Benedetti really laying down some hot laps here as he is just completely gapped Grumpy. Of course, there is 20 years difference between them, but nonetheless.
I was going to point that out, but, Grumpy, come on.
He's
he
having
enjoys
fun.
Every moment of these races.
And I'll bet his son's
showing up till packing up.
And I'll bet his son, Patrick Saranich, is watching this one as well. So it's a lot of fun. Good times. Yeah. 1.1, Patrick Grumpy Saranich cruising. Marcio Benedetti laying down the laps on that big bad supercharged Sea-Doo.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's going to happen. Have you got an automatic gimbal on that? Yep. Well, here comes Grumpy trying to stay out in front. Now, I do want to point out that I know Grumpy took the Joker Boy. I haven't seen whether Marcio did. Have you?
Well, I don't think it's going to matter at this point. Well, if he doesn't take it at all, it's going to matter.
Exactly.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
We will see.
These guys battling. Race number 5 will be ski stock, amateur and beginner combined. We'll need Max and Andrew to get ready. Grumpy out there having himself some fun, as he does every single time he hits the course. Looks back, sees Marcio there. It's like, okay, I'll wake it up just a little bit more. Kiss it, huh? All right. Rick Lake, this may be the first time anyone accused me of not being loud enough.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I'm going to change that now.
Okay.
Right, gotcha.
You should know how to.
That's not the only thing. Maybe I shouldn't have changed to this this color foam. Should have stayed with the pink thing.
So,
Wait a
Marcio
minute.
Benedetti tracking down Grumpy.
He's all over the back of him there, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he's going to put him a lap down here, but Marcio, I think, may still have to take the Joker. Let's see if he's done that. Nope, he's not going for it this time, but he's going to try to dive inside Grumpy. Grumpy.
He's having none of it, isn't he?
Oh, he's trying to hold off Benedetti. Halfway flags come out.
And Grumpy says, go on by.
I think
discretion, the better part of valor.
Yes,
there
I
for the
believe.
66-year-old, no question about it.
Perhaps.
You go ahead. I'll wait until you fall off, is what he's saying.
Perhaps that is correct, sir.
What?
All right, Marcio takes the Joker, Bowie. With it a commanding lead now, a lap ahead here in amateur runabout box stock. Marcio Benedetti out in front of 1.1 Patrick Grumpy Cernich. Marcio out of Orlando, Florida. Grumpy out of Deep Prairie, Wisconsin. I believe that's how you say it. I hope. DePere. Could be DePere, I guess, or Deep Prairie, depending on your French. All right, Marcio winding down his laps. I believe the white flag may be coming out soon, maybe not. I'm going to take a look. Nope, not yet.
Not seeing it?
Nope. So we will continue on in amateur runabout box stock.
Waiting for those amateur skis. They'll be up next. Then we're right around into Moto number 2 with Pro-Am Ski GP. It's going to be exciting.
Moto 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, the second start, everybody's got the feeling of how a rolling start's going with.
Yep.
You know, it's different every place.
It is different.
And it's going to get down to some serious business in the second and third moto now.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, Hopkins and Cabrera were not separated by a whole lot in Moto number 1. So this is, a good
Christopher
battle.
Landis hadn't been pushed a little wide there, he'd be up there with those two. It'd be a three-way tie, or, going into the first turn. We'll see. Grumpy having himself a ride, looks over, sees Marcio coming, and it's like, I don't know, I let him by once. I'm not sure if I'm going to let him by twice. White flag. Let's see if Grumpy can keep him behind him for one more lap. Here comes Marcio.
And that's the checkered flag, Kurt.
No, sorry, it was hidden by our cameraman.
So he is going to keep him behind him.
Apparently he did.
He did a masterful job of that.
I saw it coming, obviously.
You are like a soothsayer. A real swami.
Yeah, just want to remind everyone, be certain to stay hydrated, get some water in you. With this cloud cover, it's kept the heat down just a little bit, but boy, I'll tell you what, you need to have that water. And if you don't have some, go ask one of our people on shore. We'll be happy to help you out.
And Grumpy Cernich comes in, across the checkered buoys to take second overall. Going back to the pits to regroup. And that brings us to race 5, amateur ski stock and beginner ski stock.
On the number 407 Kawasaki out of Orlando, is 38 years old, self-sponsored, Max Apodaca.
In beginner ski stock, number 21 out of Babson Park, Florida, riding for StopTheHeat.com and the Strong Stitch, that is Andrew Phelps.
The Strong Stitch.
Strong Stitch. That's what we could have used on that canopy before.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Could have used a stronger stitch on the Velcro.
Well, now we know we've got a sponsor. We'll have to promote them, get over and see their shop.
Absolutely.
Make it happen, Captain.
You bet.
11:26. This is race number 5 after this. We'll go right into our second round of motos and start that with moto number 2 of Pro-Am Ski GP and Ski 4-stroke stock Superjet combined.
All right, we got the skis lined up out there. Rolling start again. Here we go. Amateur ski, beginner ski stock. And Cowie versus the Yamaha. Good stuff.
Yeah, looks like Max Apodaca out of Orlando. Maybe got the quick trigger finger out there. Once again, we got to. These are newer riders, too, and
Yeah,
I
they are.
hope that they remember to take that green Joker buoy.
Well, these are two riders I don't think we've seen before at all.
Right.
They're brand new. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, there's always that thrill. And look at this on the first half of lap.
He's
Not
going-
even the first lap. He's going green
He's going right there.
and made it. Look at that.
Oh, down in the tray.
Yeah, Max has got it down.
Yeah, he does. It's definitely not his first rodeo,
No, Andrew Phelps, though.
but he's looking good too.
Yeah, he's got a good stance on the boat.
On his Yamaha Superjet 2-stroke.
Yeah, and I just got just got confirmation that you're not supposed to hit that green buoy on the first lap. Didn't want to say anything.
I was pretty
but-
sure of that.
Yeah, but I just heard it confirmed by our race director, Kevin Scott.
Yep. These guys are new, so you're going to have kind of stuff like that happen. And in this case, it was kind of a case of no harm, no foul, I think.
Yep, they're going to tell him about it before moto number 2, I'm certain.
Oh, yeah.
Now the question is, do they allow it, or do they going to make him go and take it a second time?
I don't know.
And who's going to ride up next to him and tell him that?
I
Randy?
think they're going to allow it.
Of course. And these guys are close together. It's good to see.
Oh,
And there we go.
Andrew goes out, takes the Joker buoy correctly.
Yeah.
On the ensuing lap after the first lap.
Oh, Rick, you smell the food trucks?
I sure do. Boy, that smells good.
My tummy is growling.
Smells
at me.
like there's some barbecue going over there.
It sure does.
Doesn't it?
Rider down.
Yep, that was Max. Max is down. Max Apodaca.
And Max up.
Max is back up. That smells like barbecue. Not Max.
No,
but
not
the
Max.
food truck.
I thought it was a CBS crew bringing us some lunch.
No. There'll be no lunch for you. No soup for you.
No soup for me.
These guys are hanging pretty close together.
Yeah. And for the two different boats, I mean, I'm impressed.
Well, they're pretty comparable. I mean, one's an SXR 800, one's a Superjet, both two strokes, pretty much same class, just different classes in terms of rider ability. But for a beginner, Andrew Phelps doing pretty good, keeping behind the amateur rider Max Apodaca.
Gosh, you remember your first race, how nervous you were and, pumped up, full of adrenaline, and everything's going great, and you're 3 buoys into it, and then you're in the water.
Yeah, my first race was the 1984 World Finals, and in practice, in a novice 550 stock class, in practice there were like 200 guys on the water. It was
insane.
It was wild. Just surviving practice was an accomplishment.
Looked like a shark feeding frenzy out there.
Oh
with
my
the water
god!
all
It was
churned up.
it was so rough. So much fun.
Well, Mac's still holding the lead, but I'll tell you, he's starting to stiff leg it. Okay, you can tell. We were talking about arms drooping. Well, when they lock their legs like that, it's okay until they hit a couple of solid waves.
Your back starts tightening up on these stand-ups, and I think the taller you are, the greater the pain,
the leverage on your lower back,
the greater the pain on the back, and you really start straightening that thing up about halfway through a moto, because you just are taking a pounding out there, and depending on your level of fitness,
it hurts.
Your conditioning, your fitness, all that comes into play, and even then, I mean, he is down in the tray, man. He has really got a pretty good stance.
Yeah,
Apodaca. He is staying low down in the tray, low center of gravity, pretty darn good.
Well, he's an amateur, not a beginner, so he's learned.
Yes, but the beginner right there with him.
Phelps is just doing a great job.
Right there. In fact, he's kind of catching him maybe just a little bit. These guys are pretty close in speed. I don't know. You got the SXR 800, which I love.
Great.
I don't have much time on a Superjet, way more on a Kawasaki, so I can't comment on the Superjet, but I'm not sure one's any easier than the other to ride. They're just kind of different.
Well, I'm going to tell you because I've ridden both, and an SXR 800, especially for someone his size, is way easier than a Superjet.
You think so?
No question. It's got a wider platform. It's more stable. It's got a little more horsepower.
That's halfway. The leader saw the halfway flags. I think
his head.
I think he thought it was the finish for a second. Looked over and went, "Oh no, keep going."
Like both hands on the bars. Let's go.
Now it's funny you say that, because my observation, not with experience on it, not much on a Superjet anyway, is that the Superjet is a little easier to ride, it's a little flatter riding. The Kawi carves better turns as far as laying it over and carving a nice typical Kawasaki type of turn, where the Superjets turn flatter on top of the water and maybe just a titch more stable. But you say no.
Well, no, because as you go into a corner, imagine it on a bicycle. If you've got a curved track, centrifugal force pushes you in. Well, the same thing happens on the water. As you turn that boat to the side, you've got more water pushing in the hull, helps make that turn.
I don't know.
Well, I know that either one of those are superior to the Polaris Octane. That thing was like riding a 2x4.
That's different. That's not even in the conversation.
Well, it's kind of, it's on the extreme side of those two.
Those don't appear.
Well,
not many people we've seen riding a Polaris Octane.
Well,
ever.
Victor Sheldon,
but
did
most
good.
no, I'm talking about now.
Oh, now, yeah.
I mean, in the last 20 years.
Yeah, well, you can't get parts for the darn things.
I'll just say the last 20 years. But we see there.
Write her down.
Max went down.
Here he comes. Phelps makes the turn and passes. So our beginner rider takes advantage of an impromptu water sample by Max. And Andrew Phelps out of Babson Park, Florida, has taken over the lead with less than half the laps left to go.
So I feel like the Yamaha is easier because, in addition to what I said earlier, we see so many more people riding Superjet stand-ups than SXRs. So a note to our next class, race number 1, Pro-Am Ski GP Ski 4-Stroke Stock Superjet. Moto 2 is coming up next. We know that you were told 12 o'clock, but we are going to move that up right now. And because of television considerations, we want you guys to come to the starting line. That will be the next moto. We know you may have been waiting for 12, so we're going to give you time to get there. But the next moto is going to be race number 6, Pro-Am Ski GP, Moto 2, and Ski 4-Stroke Stock Superjet, Moto number 2. We need you guys to make your way to the starting line right now. Thank you.
Rick Lake, if I've got this correctly, you're telling me if you're in those classes, you want to come out right now or you're going to miss your second moto.
You are correct, sir.
All right.
You listened very well.
Did we give them
a
personal invitation? David Cabrera, Jules Hopkins, Shelby Warman, Christopher Landis, Kyle Fabro, Eric Medlin. You guys need to fire up, get your fuel in there because you're going to be up. You got about 10 minutes to be on the line. All right.
So
here comes Miss Happy on the dock. Jennifer Handler with that brilliant smile and the ever helpful paperwork.
'21 coming across the finish line to take the white flag. 1 lap to go. Our beginner, Andrew Phelps, out of Babson Park, Florida, 41 years old, riding for StopTheHeat.com. And the strong stitch is out in front, looking really good on that Yamaha Superjet. This weekend is brought to you by Discover Lake County, Florida, Florida's lakeside escape. Along with Tavares, Florida, America's seaplane city and Airstream Adventures. And thank you for bringing us to Tavares and Lake Dora. Absolutely gorgeous location. What a cool little town here right on the lake. It's just a fun spot to be. Cool little beach bars and restaurants, seaplanes. What a neat place.
And really happy, friendly people. Everybody's been so kind to us here. You know, I want to throw out, our Triple Crown sponsors. This is the second of the Triple Crown series. LIQUI-MOLY, of course, our title sponsor. Use the best to maintain your passion. The finest lubricants on the planet. Of course, we spoke earlier about JETTRIM, and they are our presenting sponsor and the official seat cover and mat sponsor. And as always, handcrafted in the USA. CBS Sports, our official telecast partner. Ray and his crew. It's a family affair this weekend. Glad to have you guys here. AOMC, the official online parts partner. If you need a part, you can get it online. AOMC are the people you want to see. They have everything. And if they don't have it in stock that day, they'll get it drop shipped to you. Find it now, GPS. I've got to talk to Ray, get one of those for my new electric bicycle.
Yeah,
because I want to keep it mine.
Yep. And don't forget the PWC doctor. Man, if you want to keep your ski from sinking, get some drain plugs, super trick drain plugs from the PWC doctor. Be the best investment you've ever made on your ski.
By far.
Guaranteed.
Chris came up with a phenomenal product, and it never disappoints. That thing saves so many boats. Yeah, he does make each
all
one by
handmade,
hand.
super trick, and you got to have those on your ski. So check out the pwcdoctor.com and order those today. You'll be glad you did. Take it from us. Guaranteed satisfaction from the PWC doctor.
All right, I see David Cabrera ready to go. Course Marshal Randy's filled up with water and fuel. He's ready to go out and lead the charge. Who's going to come out and play with David Cabrera? Jules Hopkins.
Well, I hope Jules is out here, the first moto winner. I mean, come on, man.
Well, oh, I see Jules. Yeah, Jules just about to get on. Shelby Warman got that new lanyard. She's ready to go. All right, and our four-stroke Superjets, they're getting in the water. All right. Moto number 2's coming at you, Rick Lake.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. First moto, it was Hopkins that took the win just in front of a really hard-charging David Cabrera, but Jules led the entire race, was able to maintain that and keep Cabrera behind him at the finish line. And, boy, these guys got some very, very fast GP1s. We talked about it earlier. Jules with the Commander, the new Commander USA made GP1. We'll talk about that more as the race goes on. And then the fast power sports boat of Cabrera. So we're set for some good racing.
I'm excited. Well, this start is going to be critical, Rick. No question about it. Cabrera, Hopkins, Landis, those three have battled back and forth for years. everybody's going to be on the throttle waiting to make it happen. Course Marshal Randy going to have to be large and in charge out there, make sure everybody's lined up before he lets that green flag go, because after that, it's high horsepower chaos, Rick.
Yeah, the rolling starts are quite a bit different for the competitors. And Course Marshal Randy, extremely experienced at running these events and does a good job. He knows what he's doing. It really takes somebody with some, advanced skills to put those rolling starts together correctly. Does a good job. And for the riders, it's a little bit of a new adventure for probably most of them. David Cabrera, a little older, he probably has done them. Jules might have, but I'll bet not much because it's pretty rare. So it's a little different way to start. Not any better, not any worse. Just different.
Yeah, well, we used to do it when we have river races
yes,
and
very much
across
so.
the country.
A lot of times on moving water on a river, you're going to get that.
Yeah, the only way to do it is with a rolling start. Back in Northern California, we've even had a dock start with a first turn right out of a cove. And the only thing that needs to be consistent is fairness. That's it. That's all we really care about. Everybody gets an equal opportunity to hit that throttle at the right time together, and they're lining up now, folks. Here we go, moto number 2.
You'll see them start gathering together out there on the outside of the racetrack here in Tavares. And the ski GP class, these are the fastest skis on the water, and these riders are extremely talented pilots, and we are going to see some real top-level racing. Looks like the starter has got them together. They are ready to go any second here. Once he feels they are lined up correctly, he is going to flag them off, but he's not going to do it until they are even out there. There we go. Got the flag. Looks like a clean start, Kurt.
Hopkins with the trigger throttle on first.
Yeah,
he's got the inside, but Cabrera right behind him. Here comes Hopkins. And remember, first lap, they don't take the green Joker buoy, so they are wide open around this entire track before they have to make any other decisions. Hopkins on fire out front, Rick.
Yeah, just like the first moto, Jules was able to take the inside around the first turn, keeping Cabrera behind him. Now Jules on that Gary Hopkins tuned GP1 Commander boat out in front. And that is a very, very fast GP1. We talked earlier, Jules Hopkins and his dad really doing some trick work on that, putting a Ultra 250 top end or head and exhaust manifold from the supercharged Ultra boats, which breathe a little bit better. And it looks like he's got a little horsepower on that very fast, GP1 of Cabrera as they come by down the front straightaway.
And Hopkins took that green Joker buoy on the first lap he could. That's behind him. All he's got to do is concentrate on keeping the rest of the riders behind him. Right now, that's David Cabrera. They've already distanced themselves with most of the rest of the field. Those two are having a battle again here in moto number 2, and deja vu all over again. Jules Hopkins got himself out front, and he is starting to drive away from the older, experienced David Cabrera. Cabrera got to take the Joker buoy this time, and Cabrera does take
Hopkins
the Joker
goes
buoy.
down. Hopkins goes down in the tray momentarily right in front of us, but recovers in time. And look at Cabrera going by Fabro at a real high rate, trying to track down Jules Hopkins. This is pretty much a repeat of moto number 1 with Hopkins out in front. But remember, just like moto 1, Cabrera was able to track down Hopkins. I believe Cabrera just took the Joker, and that's why he dropped back a little bit on that lap. Now they've both taken the Joker, and now we're going to see some racing, see if Cabrera can catch back up to Hopkins.
And one of the things that's going to happen real quick here now, Rick, is we watch Jules Hopkins here extend his lead. He is going to start to catch up with back markers this lap. Now that could slow him down and give Cabrera the chance he needs to catch back up after picking up that green Joker buoy. These two are way out front now.
Yeah, they're having a battle. I mean, Cabrera really dead set on trying to track down Hopkins. Hopkins got the win of Moto number 1. Cabrera got second, but Cabrera is going to have to find a way to get around Hopkins one way or the other if he's got any hope of taking the overall here this weekend.
Yeah, and the blue flag came out telling Shelby Warman that's the passing flag. There's a race going on, and you're not in it. And Jules Hopkins went by with 20 miles an hour on her. He is large and in charge on the back section of the course. Jules Hopkins is absolutely leaving everyone else right now.
Well, Hopkins on that boat that's been tuned by his dad, Gary, and himself, and they have some very innovative work done on that Kawasaki 1500cc four-stroke power plant, the same power plant that is used in virtually all the aftermarket hauled racecraft in the world today. Just a ubiquitous motor everywhere, and but Hopkins doing something I haven't seen before with that Ultra 250 head and exhaust manifold, and it looks like it's working pretty well.
Rick, I'm going to help you out. From now on, that is called the Franken Commander, right? As in Frankenstein, they put together 2 different boats, and boy, the results are showing up. He is absolutely spectacular on the boat, and you see right now the horsepower is really taking a toll on Jules there. Halfway into not even halfway into the race yet, he's stretching his back. That thing is giving him a workout, Rick.
Well, I don't think Jules has been racing a lot this year. In fact, this may be the first time in a while, so it's fair to say that racing at this level is going to take a toll. But he really likes that new USA-made Commander boat. And he felt like the handling on it is really a little bit better than his previous boats. He likes it a lot, and he's sure putting it to good use. It's hard to argue with that.
Yeah, well, as we were looking at that boat earlier, he was very clear that it, for him, superior handling. He said it goes right and left, exactly the same. Other boats that he's ridden didn't have that same consistency. Boy, he's loving it down the straightaways. That thing is so fast.
But again, as in the first moto, Kurt, look at, here comes Cabrera. David Cabrera on the gas. Now he's starting to track down Hopkins. Let's see if Cabrera can make it work. He's got laps in front of him. He's got time to do it. This is going to be a good battle, Kurt.
Well, and he also has that experience and the every weekend on the water, out during midweek. He's training other riders. He's tuning stuff. David Cabrera lives on the water, and that's showing up here later in this moto. His physical conditioning is really impressive for an older rider. And look at these. He's within one buoy of Hopkins. As Hopkins comes down the main straightaway, here comes Cabrera, makes the turn, and he is going wide open in his charge, trying to chase down Jules Hopkins.
Yeah, to your point, Kurt, Cabrera extremely fit, 57 years old, and this guy looks like he's in his 30s. I'm not kidding you. Extremely fit. And he as well knows these boats inside and out. Cabrera Motorsports, his company, he knows how to build these skis as well as anybody around. He tests everything, and he tests them at the level he's racing at. So he knows what works. And you could see this guy is very experienced and very talented. And and Hopkins puts a hand up. He's got a problem.
It's a red flag. Sorry, Rick.
Red flag comes out.
They stopped it over here on the other side of the course. There's a rider in the water. They weren't comfortable.
Oh, that's Landis.
So they will restack them, but it'll be an interesting start now.
That's Landis, number 201. It looks injured. Looks like he's got perhaps an injury. I don't know. He's getting a ride back. They're talking to him. The course marshals are right there tending to him.
Yeah, he's up on the boat, so he's okay. Looks like he might have a little hand or wrist problem, but
yeah, I think he may
we'll
be
bring
injured.
him in and check him out, Rick. And then we'll restart this race in situ. I believe we got almost halfway, so I think they'll They'll probably do an inline start. We'll wait and see what the officials decide. Landis?
Oh, he's going back to his boat. Looks like he's okay. Well, that's a good sign.
All right, that's a great sign.
That is a really good sign. Because he apparently got off very hard.
We got all our riders coming in. It's like, well, don't go back. I don't think that race is over.
So we'll go back and talk a little bit about the setup for this. As now, how many laps are left in this race? The red flag came out. How are we going to restart them? How many laps are left? We will find out.
Yeah, I would think probably a single file start. They had enough laps in.
I would guess, yes.
You know, that's up to the race director's discretion. He's going to do what's ever safest. All right, I think we'll let this go for a few moments.
Yep.
See what the officials decide, and we'll come right back to you.
Pro Watercross has enjoyed 25 successful seasons on the water. The world's greatest watercross racers excite the senses, engage audiences, and build communities through integrated campaigns that get results.
It's a great tour. It hits a lot of hot spots. It travels, a lot of the U.S. And it brings you to all kinds of different demographics of people that you're racing against, people that you don't get to see all the time. It's a tour that is complete, from kids racing to adults racing, a lot of spectators, and just the best locations to go to. Daytona, Panama City Beach, Pensacola. We're in Georgia, Racine, Wisconsin, Texas. We go everywhere.
Beautiful spot, Naples, Florida. You can't get any better than that. And LIQUI-MOLY launching this range, it's marine range, partnering with such a great entity is just beautiful.
For season 26 and beyond, Pro Watercross continues its leadership role in environmental education, safety, and with a family-friendly vibe.
A lot of good people here. It's a good place to raise your kids and teach them how to succeed in a competitive environment. I've been doing it since 1996. My 17-year-old son's now three-time world champion at jet ski racing, and he grew up by my side.
Are you ready? Get online with prowatercross.org.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
My name is Juan Liscano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jet Ski Shop sticks to LIQUI-MOLY, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than LIQUI-MOLY.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
LIQUI-MOLY has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using a warranty? Well, you shouldn't. LIQUI-MOLY marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for ride viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Valentina Lescano. I'm here at Pro Watercross for our jet ski racing. We're sponsored by LIQUI-MOLY. Thanks to them, we have our strong boats and we're able to podium. I've been racing for about 4 years now, and ever since I joined LIQUI-MOLY, I'll never go back.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Pro Watercross has enjoyed 25 successful seasons on the water. The world's greatest watercross racers excite the senses, engage audiences, and build communities through integrated campaigns that get results.
It's a great tour. It hits a lot of hot spots. It travels, a lot of the U.S. And it brings you to all kinds of different demographics of people that you're racing against, people that you don't get to see all the time. It's a tour that is complete, from kids racing to adults racing, a lot of spectators, and just the best locations to go to. Daytona, Panama City Beach, Pensacola. We're in Georgia, Racine, Wisconsin, Texas. We go everywhere.
Beautiful spot, Naples, Florida. You can't get any better than that. And LIQUI-MOLY launching this range, its marine range, partnering with such a great entity is just beautiful.
For season 26 and beyond, Pro Watercross continues its leadership role in environmental education, safety, and with a family-friendly vibe.
A lot of good people here. It's a good place to raise your kids and teach them how to succeed in a competitive environment. I've been doing it since 1996. My 17-year-old son's now three-time world champion at jet ski racing, and he grew up by my side.
Are you ready? Get online with prowatercross.org.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
My name is Juan Liscano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jet Ski Shop sticks to LIQUI-MOLY, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than LIQUI-MOLY.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
LIQUI-MOLY has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. LIQUI-MOLY marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Valentina Lescano. I'm here at Pro Watercross for our jet ski racing. We're sponsored by LIQUI-MOLY. Thanks to them, we have our strong boats and we're able to podium. I've been racing for about 4 years now, and ever since I joined LIQUI-MOLY, I'll never go back.
You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Pro Watercross has enjoyed 25 successful seasons on the water. The world's greatest watercross racers excite the senses, engage audiences, and build communities through integrated campaigns that get results.
It's a great tour. It hits a lot of hot spots. It travels, a lot of the U.S. and it brings you to all kinds of different demographics of people that you're racing against, people that you don't get to see all the time. It's a tour that is complete, from kids racing to adults racing, a lot of spectators, and just the best locations to go to. Daytona, Panama City Beach, Pensacola. We're in Georgia, Racine, Wisconsin, Texas. We go everywhere.
Beautiful spot, Naples, Florida. You can't get any better than that. And LIQUI-MOLY launching this range, its marine range, partnering with such a great entity is just beautiful.
For season 26 and beyond, Pro Watercross continues its leadership role in environmental education, safety, and with a family-friendly vibe.
A lot of good people here. It's a good place to raise your kids and teach them how to succeed in a competitive environment. I've been doing it since 1996. My 17-year-old son's now a three-time world champion at jet ski racing, and he grew up by my side.
Are you ready? Get online with prowatercross.org.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
My name is Juan Lescano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jesse shop sticks to LIQUI-MOLY, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than LIQUI-MOLY.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. Can't catch it live in person? Make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
LIQUI-MOLY has been #1 in Germany for the past 10 years in motor oils and additives. We're super excited to bring the marine range now in North America. All that experience in the performance and the racing industry translated into the marine world couldn't be a better combination. Are you scared of using your warranty? Well, you shouldn't. LIQUI-MOLY marine product has all the approvals from the National Marine Manufacturers Association, FCW, TCW3, and also API specs. Please refer to your owner's manual for right viscosity. Use the best to maintain your passion.
Hey everyone, my name is Valentina Lescano. I'm here at Pro Watercross for our jet ski racing. We're sponsored by LIQUI-MOLY. Thanks to them, we have our strong boats and we're able to podium. I've been racing for about 4 years now, and ever since I joined LIQUI-MOLY, I'll never go back.
Don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM.
Check, 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 check.
Time for batteries or just a louder voice?
I don't know. Maybe batteries or maybe both. But we are getting ready to resume Moto number 2 of Pro-Am Ski GP along with Ski 4-Stroke Stock Superjet. Now, after that mishap we had, the crash, everybody's okay, looks like, and thankfully, most importantly, and then we are going to restart this. It'll be a single file restart. The riders will be place in the position they were in when that incident occurred, and they are going to be restarted with 6 minutes left on the clock, which is exactly what it was when the incident occurred. So here we go. Let's keep an eye on everybody for the start. Hopkins will be out in front with Cabrera right behind him, and here we go. Restart moto number 2, and Cabrera right there is good. That's an advantage for Cabrera.
No question about it, Rick.
Oh,
David Cabrera.
Hopkins off the boat.
Yep.
Hopkins goes off the boat. Talk about an advantage for Cabrera. What a catastrophe for Jules Hopkins.
I got to say, I'm glad to see that Hopkins didn't roll that thing over because of the knowledge we have of that hood.
Yeah.
Hopkins, now this is going to be fun, folks.
Oh, yeah.
I tell you, this is going to be a fast 6 minutes as Jules Hopkins starts dead last, has to go through the entire field if he wants to catch up with David Cabrera, and that is quite a challenge.
Well, Hopkins is going to want to get at least second place as Cabrera comes rocketing down the front straightaway with the lead. Hopkins really wants to get into second place because that's going to really be the deciding factor come third moto.
Yep, that'll level the playing field. And right now, Christopher Landis, the rider who is in that problem, has inherited second position. Boy, it sure worked out for Christopher Landis. And
it
here
really
comes
worked
Hopkins
out.
starting to move up through the field. Hopkins driving, already past 2 riders in that one lap. He's got 2 more riders to go before he can catch David Cabrera, or to catch David Cabrera. And Hopkins is a man on fire. Look at the speed that he's carrying through these corners.
Cabrera down the front straightaway with the race lead on the gas, and he knows what he's got to do. He's been given a gift in this second moto with this restart. You know, he's in second. Hopkins is running strong in front, and then Hopkins goes down on the restart. Cabrera gets into the lead, and now Hopkins he's in cruise mode. He's not even charging.
Yeah, I have the feeling something's going on with that boat. He's
Maybe.
feeling something. He might have taken some water.
Could be.
And I'm sure he'll open it up on the flat portions of the course, but in the corners, you got to keep that thing as flat as he can.
Here comes Cabrera.
Yep. Way around.
Out in front, Cabrera. Now Landis 201 in second place, and then it is Kyle Favreau on the 591 in third overall right now. And here comes Jules in fourth. And it looks like he's back up and on the gas, but he is not charging like he was, Kurt.
No, he is not, but this is only the second moto. Let's see how far up he can go. David Cabrera, large and in charge. As you see now, he inherited the lead. He was only about 1 buoy back anyway, so Cabrera just got a free rein. He's off, and behind him, Christopher Landis. Cabrera, the experienced older rider, starting to distance himself from second place. David Cabrera is having himself a fine end of this moto.
Yeah, he is really, really in charge, looking good out in front. It's going to be very difficult for Landis to get by, and Cabrera really handed a gift with the start, with the restart in this moto number 2. He was right behind, let's face it, he was charging up, and he was right behind Jules to begin with in that second moto, but with Jules going down, it's like, man, I'm in front, and Jules is behind. This Moto 2 is looking real good.
And Cabrera starting to lap riders already. Only a few more minutes to go left in this moto. Cabrera got a clear track in front of him, about a half a track to go, so he could just let it all hang out. And speaking of letting it all hang out, Christopher Landis on that 201 is going as hard as he can to catch the old man. Cabrera making the turn onto the main straightaway. Flag's getting ready to come out. Only a couple more laps, I believe, left in this moto. And David Cabrera, the 57-year-old out of Miramar, Florida, is having himself quite a second moto. What an opportunity for him to distance himself from Jules Hopkins in the points. This third and final moto coming up later today is going to be incredibly exciting. And David Cabrera, let's face it, he's the man who's large and in charge. It is all his race to win as he cuts in, passing and lapping another rider coming down the main straightaway. Cabrera looking over, waiting to see if he gets that white flag, meaning one more lap left in this moto. And
All
Cabrera,
right, that a little better.
he's on
Yep.
a pace that no one else can match right now.
Yeah, Cabrera gonna cruise this moto in. He is out in front. Landis keeping a little bit of pressure on him, keeping him in sight, hoping for a mistake by Cabrera, but that is rarely the case. David Cabrera, outstanding rider, a tremendous amount of experience. The 57-year-old out of Miramar, Florida, riding for Cabrera Motorsports, Tim Judge, and on that Fast Power Sports GP1, looking good down the front straightaway with the lead. Now he's coming up to put Hopkins a lap down, Kurt.
Yeah, and Hopkins has been feathering the throttle, keeping that boat as flat as possible. I am certain that he's got water intrusion in there. He does the sportsmanlike thing, moves over, lets David Cabrera go by, trying to keep that thing running because all he's got to do is finish, and he can still be in the points with Cabrera for the overall.
Yeah, Cabrera absolutely on the gas, looking so good here on this final lap of Moto number 2 for Pro-Am Ski GP. And it is going to be the 57-year-old fit as a fiddle out of Miramar, Florida, on that beautiful number 51 GP1. Cabrera is going to take the win here in Moto number 2.
A great job by David Cabrera. Second position, one of the riders in that early fracas. Christopher Landis gets second. In third, it's Kyle Fabreau in the GP, and that will be Jules Hopkins rounding out the field in the Pro Ski GP class.
Well, that just set up a good third moto, Kurt.
Oh, man, could it be more exciting?
Oh, going to be a good one. I feel bad for Jules going down, but you know that's racing, right?
Yeah, I'm listening to that boat to see if I hear any
sounds
sort
okay
of
to
water
me.
intrusion. Right, but the way he was riding it,
yeah,
it totally looked like he had water in the boat and wanted to keep it as
level
as possible. We'll see. Gary will be twisting wrenches furiously back there. I'm certain about that. All right, race number 7, Irck stock, Irck 1100 on the line. They're going to line up and take off. This is the second moto for this class. Jim Devlin out of Lake Placid, Florida on that 321 Yamaha, 66 years old, sponsored by Cabrera Motorsports, was your Moto 1 winner. He's on the yellow machine. On the red one is Peter Dixon out of Port Orange, Florida. He is 10 years younger, 56, Sea-Doo mounted, and he is sponsored by Quick Life Clothing. All right, moto number 2, Irck stock, 1100 combined, and they are off. Devlin a little slow off the get-go. Yep, and so Peter Dixon with the lead. And like moto number 1, Peter Dixon out of Port Orange, Florida on that Sea-Doo, getting the drive. And behind him, Jim Devlin out of Lake Placid. All right. Peter Dixon making the turn. He's going for that green Joker boy. Jim Devlin going to try and extend, get a lead, and get enough distance so that he can catch up to that Joker boy. Yep, Devlin pushing hard out there. Jim Devlin, that 66-year-old, he has got a lot of energy in that body, I'll tell you what. I'm a little older than that, but only a little, and believe me, I would not want to be out there with Jim Devlin right now. That guy has got tons of energy, and he doesn't take the green buoy this time. He wants to extend even further. Peter Dixon, nice and calm, standing up, trying to get the maximum speed out of that Sea-Doo. He's got that wait-and-see attitude. It worked for him in the last moto when Devlin had a little issue. Devlin way out in front now, but remember, he still has to take that green Joker boy. Without it, he would be a lap down. And Devlin takes that green Joker boy, so they're on the same lap now, and Jim Devlin is having himself a ride right now. What a great Saturday ride for Jim Devlin. Not bad for Peter Dixon. Dixon, 10 years younger, playing the wait-and-see game. He's setting up early for the boys. He's got a nice smooth line around them. Devlin jumping hard, making hard turns, accelerating away. Well, that'll keep him in front until it doesn't. Devlin closing in on a half a lap lead. Here comes Jim Devlin one more time down the main straightaway. English, it's it literally is my first language, folks. Sorry about that. Yeah, don't call me Brandon. Thank you. Yeah, Peter Dixon coming through. Peter Dixon, I think he's going to be comfortable with this position. Peter Dixon has got company now because Jim Devlin is about ready to make that pass in this next lap or two, and he will have completely lapped the field. Devlin on that Yamaha EX just having an absolute ball out there. And Devlin chasing down Dixon right now. Jim Devlin setting up, going to make that same inside move there as he did in the first moto. Devlin setting him up. Going wide, going inside, trying to stay out of that pump wash. And Dixon really starting to wake it up now that Devlin's behind him. Well, Jim Devlin not able to make the pass yet on Peter Dixon. Dixon, he's got those mirrors on. Saw him coming, said, Jim, it ain't happening.
He's utilizing those mirrors fully.
Right? One lap to go. White flag just came out. Jim Devlin trying to force himself upon Peter Dixon, make his way by, and have that double win going on into the third and final moto. But Peter Dixon is having none of that, Rick Lake.
No, he's not, and that's a good sign because Devlin was able to get around him pretty effortlessly in the first moto, and now, Dixon's like, okay, I think I had enough of this. We're going to keep you behind me, and I'm going to stay right where I'm at if I can here. Some good racing going on between these two veteran riders, and Devlin's like, okay, you got me this time. Dixon looks over. All right, buddy.
Yeah, you may win the race, but I didn't let you by.
I'll take this one. Thank you.
Yeah, Peter looks back just to make sure.
Devlin
Is
doing
that
the
checkered flag.
Devlin doing the half of Superman. Just a half.
Yeah, well, that was close. If you would have went on the other side of that buoy, you would have lost the race.
Oh, man, what a great day here for Pro Watercross in Tavares, America's Seaplane City. We're in Lake County. Discover Lake County, Florida. What a great area. We are having a great time here in Tavares. And, man, it's fun seeing the seaplanes and the cool little beach bars and restaurants around here. What a neat place, Kurt.
Rick, the only thing keeping this from being absolutely spectacular is the fact that I don't get to share it with my wife this weekend.
I know.
But, you know, of course, I get to share it with all my friends, the crew here, our racers.
Yep.
It is a family affair.
Well, we definitely miss Doreen. There's no question about it. Not quite the same without her, you know.
I do know that.
Yeah, definitely. But, yeah, nonetheless, having a good time. And I dig this place. You know, your first time, my first time here. And it is a pretty cool little area, little town. And Lake County, Florida, man, really, really beautiful place.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking a couple of those real estate guides with me.
I know you're into that, man.
I'm into it, brother.
You may be moving here. You like it that much.
I have loved Florida since I was about 16, the first time I came down here. With the breeze. Wow, did you feel that?
A little bit. Oh, little breeze. We're looking for a little breeze. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, that's nice. All right, coming up next on the schedule, race number 8, Novice Sports Stock and Junior Sports Stock, 13 to 15, featuring in her first race ever, Bentley Dearman. Looked really good in her first race, moto number 1. And Peter Dixon, the 56-year-old out of Port Orange, Florida, able to hold her off. But that was a good race. Looking forward to seeing them come out again. And be getting going with that one in just a couple of minutes. Bentley's out here ready to go. Peter just got off the boat in that last race, so he's going to have to get a sip of water and catch his breath, and then he'll be out here. LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown, round number 2, presented by JETTRIM. Here, Lake Dora in Tavares, Florida. As I mentioned, the seaplane capital. And it's really fun to see the seaplanes here that are, you know, docked, I guess you could say, along the shore. And then they taxi on and off the water. Really, really cool. And you can actually come here and take a ride on a seaplane. There's tour outfits right here, right next to where we're having the event, and you can go out for seaplane rides. Pretty cool.
what she does this time. Recruiting paper?
Our Triple Crown sponsors this season. LIQUI-MOLY, title sponsor, of course, of the Triple Crown. Use the best to maintain your passion. LIQUI-MOLY lubricants now on the world stage in virtually all high-level motorsports you can see everywhere, like literally throughout the world, whether it's MotoGP, Formula One, of course, Pro Watercross, LIQUI-MOLY, out of Germany, a real high-end lubricant, a whole host of lubricants for every type of motor vehicle you can imagine. And we've been using the LIQUI-MOLY. They've been the sponsor now for, I think, 4 years on the tour, something like that. And we use them in our course martial boats, and those boats are absolutely tortured every week, and there's nothing that works harder than those course martial boats, and LIQUI-MOLY has kept them running flawlessly for years now, and that is a real attribute to LIQUI-MOLY, because that is a real test, and we know that is the top level lubricants in the world right now, LIQUI-MOLY. Of course, the event is thank you for that, Ray. Mr. CBS Sports Network just put a ice cold towel on my back as I'm talking, and it does feel good. Here we go with the sport class, and look at the start here, and I do believe that is Bentley Dearman out in front, taking the whole shot in her second ever race. Wow, what a difference from Moto number one. She got on it immediately and put that Tim Judge Motorsports power to good use as she leads it down the front straightaway. 12 years old, number 715, Bentley Dearman out of Madison, Mississippi. Behind her, 429, Peter Dixon out of Port Orange, Florida, 56 years old. And, wow, good job, Bentley, getting out in front in this second moto. And I had a feeling that she picked up a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience just in that first moto. Of course, she's trained by her dad, multi-time champion Billy Dearman, and he is the proud dad on the dock here right next to us with the video camera, capturing every moment of Bentley's first race. And moto number two has started out extremely well, as she's got that Yamaha Wave Blaster firmly out in front and starting to use a little more of that power every lap, it seems like. The first moto, she grabbed a handful and was like, whoa, this thing's pretty fast. And now she's getting a little more control over it and looking really good out in front. The presenting sponsor of the Pro Watercross Triple Crown is JETTRIM. Of course, we know JETTRIM as Bitchin' Stitchin' out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and the finest mats and seat covers for personal watercraft, as well as other, buggies, side-by-sides, sand rails, you name it. The work that Frank and his crew do out of Lake Havasu is second to none. And if you're a personal watercraft rider and you don't have JETTRIM on your boat, you are missing out, because it is absolutely amazing work and extremely customizable. So, yeah, JETTRIM. out of Lake Havasu City, our presenting sponsor, and thank you to JETTRIM. CBS Sports, of course, our official telecast partner of the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown, and the entire crew is here today capturing all the action for CBS Sports Network. That'll be aired in a few weeks, and always good to work with Ray and his crew from CBS Sports Network. Solas is the official prop and jet pump, a trusted brand in the marine industry, and Solas powering a lot, almost all of these watercraft out here these days on the Triple Crown Tour. AOMC is the official online parts partner of Pro Watercross. Hashtag get equipped, and AOMC, go online, check it out. They carry virtually everything you need for anything in the power sports industry: bikes, side-by-sides, quads, and of course, personal watercraft. That's AOMC. Another one of our partners, Find It Now. Wow, that's nice. Find It Now GPS. If you've got anything that you'd like to keep in your garage, you need to equip it with the Find It Now GPS. It's like an Apple AirTag for your watercraft, motorcycles, side-by-sides, anything. And the technology's amazing. And if it gets ripped off, unfortunately, those things happen these days. Find It Now GPS will help you get it back in your hands. And the PWC Doctor, making the best, absolutely the best drain plugs, handmade for your personal watercraft. And you absolutely need to check out the PWC Doctor. That product will keep you from your ski ever sinking inadvertently, a mistake, whatever. It is a product that you must have on your personal watercraft. And go check out the pwcdoctor.com, and Chris will dial you in, and you will thank us later. As Bentley Dearman comes down the front straightaway with the crisscross flags, it's a long second moto, really long for her competitor, Peter Dixon, who just finished a moto before, so he's doing back-to-back. But Bentley, now we've seen the difference this moto, Kurt. We talked about a moto number one.
Yep.
She got the whole shot in the lead in this one and is looking good, huh?
Yeah. Well, she feels a lot more comfortable without the pump wash in front of her. Doesn't have a rider in front of her that she needs to worry about. Doesn't want to, injure somebody else who's a younger rider. But boy, once she's out front, she's good gone. Yeah, and you know what? I think I'm going to take it straight from last year's races, but modified. Whoa! Oh, and she can't quite make it. She comes off the boat. Darn it. Bentley swimming back to that machine.
Well, this is part of the process.
Oh, yeah, this will be a learning experience.
Yep. She made a
She's
mistake.
up.
She's back up on it. And she'll be underway. No harm, no foul. Momentarily. Get that lanyard reattached. Fire that Tim Judge power plant up.
There she goes.
And off she goes. Good job, Bentley.
Oh, this is going to be really exciting.
Now she's going to wake up and say, man, I want to win this thing. I am going to track him down.
No question. That's the first time I've seen her hold the throttle wide open down the front straightaway.
I agree.
She is on a mission now.
agree.
I think Dad had a couple of... Oh, when she goes down again, Bentley is just wide open out there. And it's going to take a few more hours on this craft to get ready to do the kind of challenge she's got in front of her right now. She looks okay, trying to get that thing started. Uh-oh. Oh, good. She got it fired up. Awesome. Well, now it's really going to be a challenge, right?
Very much so. But again, it's the learning curve. Once I will, you know this, we know this. Once you go down during a race, man, it sucks a lot of energy out of your body to get up and underway and gather yourself and get back to race pace again. So to fall the second time
exactly
is a lot easier because you're a little fatigued, you're worked, you're like, oh man, you know, your helmet might be soaked. You know, it might be dripping down into your face, the water, and it's just you're at a different point at that time in the race.
Well, but the way you said it, it's not like that was a goal. It's just that's the byproduct of a second drop.
That's
but
it.
Look at her. She's all of 12 years old.
Yeah.
She's got plenty of horsepower there. I'm going to throw it out there. Bentley Dearman, big bad belly belching Bentley Dearman.
Oh,
yeah, that's my old Billy Dearman call out.
I think more appropriate for Billy than
no
Bentley.
question, but it's a family sport. You know, what are you going to do?
Okay.
Yeah, and one of my favorite adjectives from the 60s. Just can't use it over the microphone.
Nope.
Well, Peter Dixon, I got to tell you, at 56 years old, doing back-to-back motos with different hull styles, you know, he is not he's not charging the world right now, but, boy, he's sure being consistent, going the right direction around every buoy. Compliments to Peter Dixon.
Well, absolutely. He's going to put more laps in here today than anybody. He is racing two classes.
Right, absolutely.
And I think he's the only rider I know of racing two classes today.
I think you're correct.
So 56 years old, doing double duty. Kudos to Peter Dixon. He's putting in a lot of laps.
He's having a great Sunday ride on Saturday.
He's getting his money's worth.
Well, yes, he is.
Out of traveling to Tavares from Port Orange, Florida.
Where is Port Orange?
I believe Port Orange is down in the Gulf. I believe that's
okay, so it's the West Coast.
Near Pensacola, I believe, next door maybe. I could be wrong. I know that's Orange Beach down there, but
yeah, Orange Beach, Alabama.
But maybe Port Orange is down there. Otherwise, I don't know.
Boy, she's keeping that thing cooking pretty darn good.
A lot more so than the first moto, Kurt.
Yeah, well, you know, she's learning about charging into a turn, too.
But also what you said earlier, you were right. You know, she's not in the pump wash. And, you know, so now she's able to just do her own thing, more or less.
Yep.
And, you know, find her own speed more naturally than having somebody in front of her.
Well, I see a white flag coming out. So the third and final moto will be the determining factor here.
Yes, it will.
Oh, nice turn there. Bentley keeping the speed up and wide open down the front straight. He sees that white flag.
I think she looked over and saw it.
Yeah, I saw a little jiggle with the handlebars.
I
there.
did,
Like, yeah, you know when they say don't look over, they mean it. But, I mean, you really, every time through, you need to look over at the flag person.
Yeah.
To let you know what's going on the course.
Absolutely.
On that next lap.
And I would say, I don't know, to my eye, Kurt, tell me if you agree, I think she is going significantly faster than she did in Moto number 1.
No question about it.
Yeah. Well, again, she doesn't have anybody in front of her, no pump wash, and nobody to, see in front of her. Now she's in her own world, doing her own thing at her own level, at her speed, and I think it's faster.
Let's fast forward a few minutes. They're back in the pits. Dad, how come I keep falling off? What do I need to do? Billy's like, honey, you need to commit.
Pin it.
At 12 years old.
Checker flag comes out.
Phenomenal.
Congratulations, Bentley Dearman, number 715, on a great second moto.
It's a classic. If that was an IO, that would look like my pontoon boat. Seriously, that's what mine looks like.
I love pontoon boats.
It's a little blue on top. Yeah.
It's a relaxing party on the water.
Well, I've seen a lot of them here.
There's another one over there.
Yeah, I've seen a lot yesterday and today.
Pontoons are very popular now.
Yeah.
For good reason. Once you get over the whole going fast, this and that, now you want to relax when you're on the water and just have a great day. Got your coolers, got your place to lay out, relax.
Stable.
It's stable. Man, that's a nice day on the water.
Yeah, we used to camp out on ours overnight at the lake up in Northern California.
Absolutely.
Have dinner, have breakfast.
You bet.
A lot of fun.
You betcha.
Have I talked to you about rattlesnakes in California?
I've got my fair share of experience with those.
Yeah. Of course you have. You were in the desert.
Well, my mountain biking in Southern California, I encounter rattlesnakes all the time. Right on the coast, in the hills right above the coast where I live, there are just tons of them. Ooh. Race number 9 coming up next. It's going to be runabout box stock, amateur runabout box stock. Featuring the return of number 1.1, Patrick Grumpy Serenich.
The Grumpmeister.
The Grumpster, the Grumpinator.
The Grumpmaster. Grumpalicious.
Oh, man.
Is there such a thing as a grumper? If there is, he's it. Actually, one of the funniest guys in the pits. It's just a lot of fun to be around. Boy, listen to the stories about the Yamaha, manufacturing Yamaha watercraft. He's got it down.
Oh, yeah, really interesting. Worked on the Yamaha manufacturing line for a number of years, building the actual watercraft that he's racing. All right, here we go. Amateur runabout box stock, moto number 2. Marcio Benedetti out in front of Patrick Serenich. Marcio took the win in moto number 1. Patrick second. And Patrick off the boat on the left-hand side of the track. So Grumpy gets tossed on lap number 1. Oh, man, that is a rough way to start a moto. Marcio Benedetti, the fine rider from Orlando, Florida, out in front, and he has just we've seen him improve immensely over the last few years since he started racing pro watercross, and it's really nice to see the evolution of Marcio. He's always friendly, got a nice smile, quick hello, and to see him improve as he has is just really fun to watch. So Benedetti now all by himself as Patrick Serenich goes down. He's back up on the ski, gather himself. He'll get that lanyard plugged back in and get underway. Meanwhile, down the front straightaway, our race leader, number 529, Marcio Benedetti. Now Grumpy back up and underway, shaking off the cobwebs. Took a drink of Lake Dora here, and he's back up and going.
Is that what you call an impromptu water test?
He took a little drink. Got tossed off that runabout, and we know what happens. Sometimes the guys that get tossed and women that get tossed off these runabouts, it can be pretty violent.
Yes, it can.
When they high side and get tossed off the high side of that thing in a turn, man, we've seen riders go flying 20, 30 feet through the air.
You're sitting next to one. Have you ever ridden? Have you ever ridden a Polaris 785 Pro?
I have not.
I rode an endurance race with my son in Northern California, and I thought we were doing real good. We're leading the thing, kind of taking off, and of course that was with him on the boat. I get on. I'm doing a decent job, not quite the same lap times, and then it was sky water, sky water, sky water, and that boat was like a half a mile away from me. That thing, those things went quite a distance, and I'm trying to swim to it, and I'm literally too tired to keep swimming with my arms. And finally, a course marshal made it over to the far side of the lake, gave me a ride back to the boat. I came in like 40 minutes early on my I said, son, you got it the rest of the way.
I was thinking as I was listening to you talk about that, I don't think I've ever ridden a Polaris anything.
Really?
I'm not sure about that, but I don't think so. I don't remember for sure.
Well, they were unique craft. They had a specific handling style that was, they were a lot of point and shoot. And to really be successful on one, you needed a lot of prayer.
Well said.
That's reality.
Well, Polaris did put together a pretty successful racing team in the early days of their racing. They decided to go factory racing, and they did win a runabout world championship in the early days of runabout racing.
With Frank
Romero.
I was going to say Zapata.
Frank Romero, the werewolf.
Yeah.
Won a world championship.
Yes, he did.
And they had a pretty formidable team. I can't remember the names of the guys, but they had come from their snowcross division, I believe.
Oh, Chris.
The snowmobile racing
They
team.
were Canadian riders, yeah.
Yes, they were.
Chris, and it'll come to me eventually. May not be today. Yeah, they were a real fun team. They were great people. They really put a lot into the effort. And let's face it, they were 10 years behind everybody else.
But now when they started factory racing, if I'm not mistaken, was Darren Hedlund part of their racing effort before he went to Kawasaki?
Absolutely, you were not mistaken.
Yes,
and he did he headed up their snowmobile division, and he was legendary.
Yeah, he was one of the top tuners in the history of the sport.
Of a couple of sports.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and then he went to Kawasaki and helped turn them into absolutely the most dominant team in the sport in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
And then after that, he ended up going back to Polaris, where he's at now, I believe, working on their side-by-side program, and among other things.
Yep.
What a great tuner.
He was another one that was so innovative. He would try anything.
Yeah.
And because of that, he found things that other people never would have found.
Well, I find it interesting, talking about that, seeing Jules Hopkins ski this morning with his dad, Gary, and him putting a, Ultra 250 head and exhaust manifold on that, that naturally aspirated 1500 Kawasaki engine and getting some good results from it.
Yeah, well, there wasn't an issue with that thing, as far as I could see, until Jules went down and like we discussed, maybe there was water intrusion or something.
Who knows?
Because Jules didn't look like he went off hard, like physically it was a problem.
No,
we'll see.
He just went and fell over. It looked like we didn't see it exactly, but before that he was running extremely fast. And they're working on that. That is a working project.
Yeah.
They're dialing that in as they race. So they'll continue to work on that and get faster and faster. But because of the flow of the head and exhaust set up for an ultra to a supercharged version of that 1500cc four-stroke Cowie engine, it's got different breathing capabilities.
Yeah, and I tell you, having helped build some four-cylinder, four-stroke road racing motors in the past with Kawasaki, that there is no replacement for larger ports if you want to get maximum flow.
Yeah, totally. So that's an interesting work in progress. It was fun to see that. and talk to them this morning as the white flag comes out for Marcio Benedetti. 1 lap to go for the young rider, 47-year-old out of Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, when you said young, I'm like, really? And I looked down. Well, yeah, he's 20 years younger than Grumpy is.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and Grumpy takes the green.
He's been
Joker
taking
boy.
that every lap.
Oh, he has. So he really likes green.
I don't know what's going on there, but he seems to like that far outside line.
But he's consistent.
Yes, he is.
Up next,
I think we got the stock skis.
It's going to be,
Yep.
yeah.
We got some stand-ups coming up, stock stand-ups.
Oh, Max and Andrew going at it again.
And
These
then
two
we
are
go back.
battling.
We go back to Pro Ski GP Moto number 3.
All right, round of applause for Marcio Benedetti.
Nice job,
Another
Marcio.
moto win.
Yep.
Yeah. Throws his fist in the air.
He's having a good time. He digs pro watercross. He's been having fun. Always smiling. Got a quick hello. Really nice guy.
Really nice guy. And you know, and honestly, at this point, a few years removed, I can't think of anyone that's currently racing with us that, or their crew, that isn't a nice person.
Boy, that's the
You know what I
truth.
mean? It's
Well
really
said.
a family affair, and people help each other, share parts, boats. It's absolutely fun.
Well said. I agree 100%. That is absolutely true, and it's a pleasure to be around everybody. Round number 2 of the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown presented by JETTRIM here in beautiful Tavares, America's seaplane city, and we are on Lake Dora, smack dab in the middle of Lake Country, Florida. And
Lake County.
Lake County. Lake Country? Lake, that's my deal's Lake,
right?
Lake Country.
Well, you're so used to saying Lake Havasu, your backyard.
Sort of.
That is a big red boat out of there.
Yeah, it is. That's a nice one.
Stay off our course, please. Thank you. Was that the guy that came up earlier? Hey, do you guys mind if I take
Beautiful
my boat
boat.
around your course? Sir, that would be a problem. Thank you. But no.
Is that like, do you mind if we dance with your dates?
Yeah. Shame. Shame on you, Rick Lake.
I can't get Animal House out of my head. Once, I was in college when that came out, and it was firmly did damage, probably, in the best of ways.
That's funny. I was teaching college when that came out.
Oh, no, you were not.
That's my story, and you got to prove it's not.
Okay, Professor.
Amateur stock on the water. Andrew Phelps out of Babson Park, Florida. Coming on out first. He writes for StopTheHeat.com and the Strong Stitch. 41 years old, riding that Yamaha. Looking for the 4.0. There's Max. Max on the 407. Making his way out. Max having some issues keeping that thing going. I wonder what's up with that.
Okay, here we go. Amateur ski stock, beginner ski stock. Andrew Phelps, Max Apodaca getting underway.
Max took the lead right off the bat. He had a little issue over here behind us, Rick. I don't think you saw it. Wasn't able to keep that thing going, and then all of a sudden, it seems like that boat's running fine for him.
Yep, that's about the time you wanted to start running fine.
Right, exactly.
Right at the start. So these two guys, whoa, and the Yamaha rider, Andrew Phelps, goes down a little bit, kind of saved it. Good save by Andrew. And look at Max down low in the tray on that SXR 800 two-stroke, Howie.
Max down there like every junior rider I've ever seen.
I know.
Down, that far down in the tray.
But he's not a junior rider.
No, he's not. And unfortunately, when you get that far down, you have no spring in your knees. So bouncing off the waves really can knock you off the boat pretty easily. But that's a lesson he may learn later on down the road. What an absolute spectacular location for a race. Got to hand it to our leader, A.J. Handler. He and his wife, Jennifer, pulled this one out. And, wow, what a great opportunity. Can't wait to come back here again.
We love, you can tell we love Tavares, that's for sure. No question about it. A lot of fun, great spot. Just everything is walking distance. We're staying at the Key West Resort, just a block away from the race site. Beautiful little beach bars and restaurants up and down the area, and nowhere to go. We're just all right here together.
It's a little jewel in Florida.
Get to see
like
the sea,
a hidden gem.
Get to watch the seaplanes come and go.
Yeah.
And, Lake County, Florida. What a great place. Lake Dora, the town of Tavares. We're digging it.
Absolutely.
We are digging it here.
Yeah, if we have any real estate agents in the crowd, at the end of the races, you might want to come over to talk to one of your announcers here. Maybe do a swap with somebody. They've always wanted to move to California. I won't tell them what it's really like.
I love California. Love, love, love it.
There are an almost infinite number of things I love about California. There's a couple of things that have just changed since I grew up there.
Down the front straightaway, the race leader on the SXR 800 two-stroke, Max Apodaca.
Yeah, he's putting it down. I mean, he is deadly serious coming in this front straightaway.
Well, he's keeping his body low, the center of gravity down as best he can. I think he's starting to get a little more upright as the laps continue here, because that takes a lot of energy
Tons.
when you're an adult. Now, when you're a
Tons of
junior,
energy.
it's a little more natural. But
You're closer to the pad.
Andrew goes down momentarily.
Well, let's see. Andrew's got some time. See if he can't push the envelope a little bit, get up there and make Max work for this thing.
He's trying. He's trying the best he can. He's just had a couple of little spills.
Well, remember the last moto, right near the end of
Yep.
the moto. That's exactly what happened, and Phelps was able to take the win. And speaking of Phelps, the Olympics are coming up.
Yep.
When are they going to have jet ski racing in it?
That'll be never. Halfway down. Ooh. They've got stuff in the Olympics that is odd.
Halfway flags out, halfway down, halfway to go.
No offense to synchronized swimmers, but come on.
Speaking of which, did you know that course marshal Randy used to be an athlete at Cypress Gardens, doing that huge pyramid with all the skiers in it?
Yeah,
that was his
and
early part of his life.
And I believe quite a barefoot skier as well.
Yes, exactly, he was. Ooh, Max waking it up a little bit, huh?
Man, I got to give it to him. He's able to keep low. That's not easy doing that, staying down low like that. That takes energy.
It's so hard. But, the thing is, he made the turn. He saw A.J. Handler here behind us watching him, and he gave it just that little bit extra.
And there we go.
Trying to impress the boss.
Got a seaplane taxiing out once again. So cool.
Oh, yeah.
Tavares, Florida, America's seaplane city. And here we go one more time. Pretty fun to watch. Pretty fun to watch. I like it. I like the sound of them. I like watching them. Pretty cool.
I didn't mention this earlier, but you were talking about go take a tour. It's 15 minutes.
Yeah.
When Doreen and I got married at a jet ski race on the lake, a friend of mine with an ultralight with pontoons came in, landed on the lake, and gave rides to a lot of the people in the wedding.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got married while on an ultralight.
I don't know why you would think that. That's ridiculous.
You're that kind of guy.
Hey, just because I jumped off a cliff a few months ago
I
doesn't
know.
mean that I'm insane.
Good for you.
Doesn't mean I'm sane.
Not for me.
You say that. Wait till you try it the first time.
That's
It's
not gonna,
awesome.
That's not going to happen.
It'll happen.
Oh, no.
Oh, you come up. It'll happen.
My paragliding days are behind me. In fact, they never happened.
That's what I mean.
There's
You'll
a good
do it.
reason for that. It's called common sense.
No, you get to a point in your life like, oh, what the heck? Might as well try it.
Right.
I'm only going to be around a few more months, maybe. Who knows?
Let's hope not.
Especially if you jump off cliffs a lot.
Yeah, you keep that up. And here comes
Yep.
Here comes Andrew one more time behind Max. Remember, first moto, he got by him at the very end.
Mr. Phelps going at it.
What is that to our right? Is that like a fully loaded what
party
is that?
barge?
What is that?
Looks like a party barge to me.
Yeah, I can't quite make
It's
that.
got two American
Wow.
flags in the back and a lot of people's clothing hanging off of it. So I'm not sure.
One lap to go, and Max takes the white flag. And look at Andrew now closing the gap. Here comes Andrew Phelps right behind him doing his best Michael Phelps imitation.
I wondered which one of us was going to say that first, Rick. I held back all day.
Oh, what? I love Michael Phelps, man.
Yep.
Swimming background, and my dad was a swimmer, and you know, those guys. I love that sport. Oh, and he's been doing. It's his third time now, this moto, where he just kind of takes a little leg drag stab to stabilize himself. That's really good work to stay up when you do that.
Well, I'm just going to throw it out there that Max is slowing down, roughing up the water, and every time he does, Andrew's got a little problem with it. So I'm wondering if Max is doing this on purpose.
Well, I'm going to say, watching these guys now, 2 motos, they're both newer riders.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they really are good.
Yeah.
They have really good control and balance. And now Max is going to take the checkered flag.
Well, that ties them on points for the final moto.
It does. That's good stuff. Those guys have good control and balance on those skis. Andrew is able to save that thing a number of times during the race without ever really going down. That takes a lot. Here's some applause on the beach for our new stand-up riders this week. And you guys put on a good show, man. Good job out there. Very impressive. Yes, Kurt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first of our final motos, Pro-Am Ski GP, moto number 3. We need our riders, their machines, to the starting line.
And this is the final moto of the day. The third moto, this is going to decide the overall for Pro Ski GP, as well as amateur ski. It's not amateur ski, it's 4-stroke Yamaha Superjet.
I look out there and I see...
what do you see?
Well, I see Gary working on that boat.
I'll tell you what, I see a
He's
food
putting
truck.
Fuel in it.
I see a food truck over there that I'm heading to soon.
Oh, yeah.
That is barbecue. I was right.
Oh, yeah.
We smelled that barbecue across the water here.
Grandma's.
Grandma's.
Grandma's BBQ.
Is that Grandma's?
Yeah.
BBQ. Well, that's some home cooking there. I'm headed there after this moto. Well,
only if you beat me.
Well, Ray's going to keep. We're going to do no, we're not. We're going to go on the shore and do stand up. So
yes, we are.
I want to get a bowl of grits.
Love them grits. Only get them when they come out here.
I'm kidding. I don't like them.
You don't like grits?
Oh no. No.
You ever put bacon bits in them?
My wife likes them, but I don't. It's okay.
Why do I say bacon? Because everything's better with bacon.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
Got some waves. Where are these waves coming from?
Slow down there, cowboy.
Got a tsunami?
Where'd that come from?
I don't know. Rogue.
Rogue wave.
It is rogue.
Good call, Jeff.
That was a rogue wave that came in. We survived.
All right. Well, it looks like Christopher Landis is getting ready.
Oh.
David Cabrera is ready to go. Jules Hopkins is suiting up.
Oh, we got a crew out there on the right-hand side of the course watching the race. Look at that. Look at that crew. They're ready to see some pro watercross out there. Looks like a party, a pontoon party out there. That's it. Got some jet skiers going across the lake, a whole crew of riders.
Oh, they're all coming over to watch.
Look at these guys coming in. All right, they're going to see a good race here. They're just in time to see Pro-Am Ski GP.
Rentals.
Yeah. It looks like a small version of the Belly Buster.
Oh, yeah, the Belly Buster. Gonna miss that. I mean, we'll be.
Speaking of which, we'll be in Hartwell, Georgia, in about a month.
Yep.
For round number 3 of the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross Triple Crown, presented by JETTRIM, and we'll be right back to Lake Hartwell, which is a real popular racing location.
Fun place to go.
It is.
I'm telling you, though. Tavares is
Oh,
like
I know.
a secret gem here.
We love this. We fell in love with Tavares immediately.
By the way, we're telling everybody, okay?
Yeah.
So, buy your real estate now.
It's a cool little hang here, you know.
If you've been on the fence about whether you should buy or rent, buy now.
You know, you can cool little hang. You can slide into Kahlua's Beach Bar and Grill down there after the races, where I'll be. Okay, here we go. GP skis coming out on the track. Number 51, Cabrera, making his way out, and Cabrera is going to be the man to beat here for the overall, Kurt.
Yes, he will. He's got a 2-point lead on Jules Hopkins.
So if Cabrera finishes second or better, he's going to take the overall.
No question. And if he finishes third, they'll be tied on points, assuming that Jules is able to.
But Jules Hopkins is going to have a little something to say about that.
Yeah, oh, no question. And Christopher Landis, he wants to prove that second moto was no mistake. Our Pro Ski GP riders warming up their machines. Everybody vying for position. Course Marshal Randy waving that green flag, says, boys, let's line it up. Let's go. And Jules Hopkins jumps off the boat again. Why does Jules keep jumping off that boat?
What is he doing?
Gary, did you lube the mat?
What is Jules?
It just spat out.
What is Jules doing?
Swimming.
Yeah, he is now. He's getting a ride back to his boat by Christopher Landis, it looks like.
Yeah, now he's dragging.
Yeah? Yeah. It's on.
All right.
All right. Those people on that pontoon boat are getting a good close-up view. I bet they are like, man, this is loud.
Yeah, I like the way that, with the ski. Yeah, with GP skis, yes, no question about it.
They're like, whoa.
Yeah, they're going to know that for the next 12, 14 minutes.
They're like, this is serious.
Yeah. Yeah, when you hear that, you know there's horsepower around.
All right, they're going to line up. They're kind of circling around. Jules coming back in. Something's not right. Oh, that's a shame.
That is a shame.
Man, what a bummer. Well, we didn't want to see that. All right, let's keep an eye on, see what they're doing now. Oh, Randy's going to come in and doing a quick check. Are you done? Or are you coming back? I think he gave him the "we're done" sign. Yep. They're pulling it up on the stand.
Yeah, that's the nope, this sucker's not making one more moto today. Well, that just makes me look forward to Lake Hartwell even more.
Well, David Cabrera now firmly in the driver's seat here with a second and a first in the first two motos.
Yep, and Christopher Landis, well, that'll bump him up.
Yep.
With Kyle Fabreau,
Yeah.
oddly enough, they're tied on points.
They
Both
are.
of the riders that are in that fracas that stopped the race, and now they're vying for second and third position overall.
They are, and here we go lining up.
Who's it going to be?
They're going to get lined up soon as the course marshal Randy is happy that they all are even Steven out there. It's called a running start, and here we go. Flag is up, underway. Pro-Am Ski GP, Moto number 3. Who's it going to be going into the lead? It looks like Cabrera.
Yeah, Cabrera got the whole shot. Right next to him was Christopher Landis, but Cabrera has the top end, and he just pulled away from him.
Landis right behind him, trying to keep him in his sights. Going to have a good battle here. Here comes Cabrera making a real wide turn, but keeping the momentum up. Oh, and Landis goes down. Landis goes down, and then, wow, what a battle.
Cabrera just taking off. Second place goes down. David Cabrera looked over his shoulder, saw he was down, pulled the trigger a little harder. He wants to get as far out in front as he can. Cabrera's gonna take that green buoy, I'm certain, this first lap. He has got quite the lead, and right behind him, though, Christopher Landis. And Landis is going faster than he's gone all day, Rick.
Well, Landis and Fabro got a little something going on back there, Kurt. I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, yeah.
They got a little something going on. And because they just about clashed again here on that first lap. And so we'll see. We'll watch this real closely. And they are battling for second right now. And
Kyle Fabro is the first rider to take the Joker
He
boy.
goes outside. Meanwhile, it's David Cabrera, boat number 51, out of Miramar, Florida, all by himself now, down the back part of the racetrack here in Tavares. And he is on the gas, and barring anything unforeseen, he is looking real good for an overall here today.
Yeah, no question about it. He is double the age of some of our competitors on the track with him, and he doesn't show anything like that. Now he takes the green buoy. He's going to get that down.
Got the Joker
just
buoy
in
out
time,
of the way.
And here comes Christopher Landis.
But you're
Who
right.
also takes the green buoy, Rick.
But you're right, Kurt. You know, Cabrera, he may be 57 years old, but he is extremely fit. He is the Iron Man in the sport, and he looks like he's in his 30s, man. And I'm not kidding when I say
no
that.
question about
there
that.
Is
You're
no doubt.
absolutely accurate.
He looks you would never, ever know this dude is 57 years old. And by the way he rides, he looks like he's in his 20s.
Yep, and, well, David Cabrera is really putting on a show for everybody. Almost literally every single buoy, he's attacking it. He's got a strong exit out of the buoy, makes the turn onto the front straightaway, wide open. Using that Cabrera Motorsports horsepower, and it has taken him to the lead in every single moto of this race. Cabrera, we got a rider down. Cabrera goes by. That looks like possibly Shelby Warman down there.
I think so.
Cabrera gets by cleanly, and he's got a half a lap lead.
Yeah, Cabrera certainly in complete control of this third moto. Cabrera on the BMS, Tim Judge Tune, Exotic Signs, Fast Power Sports, Cabrera Motorsports, GP1, and he is hauling the mail.
Yeah, and we see out here on the water, we've got a competitor's boat going underwater. It's only got about a foot left.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Shelby
it's
Norman's got a
down.
machine going down to the bottom of the lake.
Wow,
They're trying
that
to
boat
save it right
boat
now.
sunk. Wow. That went down to Davy Jones' locker right there. And meanwhile, David Cabrera, absolutely no concern as he rockets around this racetrack here in Tavares with a commanding lead. Landis trying to keep him in his sights, but this is Cabrera's day.
Boy, they are having a real problem getting that boat off the water. That thing is literally full of water, so it weighs, 700 pounds.
I've never seen that.
Unfortunately, I have seen it before. And
I've never
they're
seen
doing
this.
the best to save that boat. Otherwise, they're going to have to get divers to go get it later. And that is about $30,000 there. You do
Boy,
not
that
want-
went down fast.
Yeah, well.
I wonder how much foam is in that thing. And that's what
Not
happens. That's what happens.
Not enough.
That's why they come with foam.
Well, the race continues.
Well, they got
Cabrera, strong, large, and in charge. It looks like they got that boat up on a little bit of a plane now, so they'll be able to get it to shore. That's all you got to do is get it planing and don't stop.
Cabrera now going through lap traffic. Down the front straightaway, race leader number 51 out of Miramar, Florida. That is David Cabrera in charge here in Moto number 3, Pro-Am Ski GP number 201. Christopher Landis trying to keep him in sights, the 28-year-old out of Delray Beach, Florida. But, man, so far it is David Cabrera's day.
Yeah, no question about it. David's been up front all the time. There's no question about it. Jules Hopkins' boat had better acceleration off the start each time. Cabrera just stuck in there, stayed with it.
Yes.
And, of course, we saw what happened to Jules. But Cabrera, he hasn't made an error all day long.
No, Cabrera.
It's smooth.
Cabrera tracked down Jules each time. Well, they got Shelby Warman's boat back up that beautiful GP1 of Warman.
Yeah, they're trying to time it so that they don't go across the course with a rider coming by at 60. Got one more rider, and then he'll get that thing off to shore.
Shelby getting a ride in. Sad to see that. Hate to see her day end that way.
Well, glad she's okay. The boat's going to make it to shore. Everything else can be fixed.
Cabrera just on the gas down the front straightaway. Listen to that boat. He is flying, but look at Landis. Landis now starting to close the gap on Cabrera, and right behind Landis is Kyle Fabro. And this is a battle here, Kurt.
Hey, the top three at the end of each one of these motos have started to stack up as Cabrera backs it off just a little. You know, I don't say he's tired, but you want to save the engine if you can. You drop it a couple hundred RPM. You're not at max power all the time. And Cabrera looks over his shoulder on that last buoy, saw how close Landis was. I don't think he's backing off anymore.
Yeah, I think he's wicking it back up. Cabrera down the front straightaway with the lead one more time, and he is railing that GP1 around the track, as is Landis and Fabro.
Yeah,
all GP1s.
Sorry, Rick, halfway flags just came out, so we're only halfway through this, and Christopher Landis has got some time to try and catch David Cabrera if he possibly can. At the same time,
he's got plenty of
Kyle
time.
Fabro behind, reminding him, hey, you're not the only one on this course, buddy, and here I come.
Well, you know, Landis is 28 years old. Cabrera is 57, but he is a finely tuned 57 years old. But that's still almost double the age. And who knows, maybe Landis has got something for him here in the second half of this moto.
Well, I'll tell you, Rick, this is the first time when David just went by, I saw him bent over with his arms down and his legs starting to straighten up. That 57 years is coming into play right now, and Christopher Landis, if he can keep it up, may have the opportunity to catch him by the end of the moto.
We shall see. There's no question that riding at this level, you know, takes everything you've got physically, and we'll see the toll it takes. This is the third moto of the day. There's a lot of laps. It's really hot right now. This is the high point of the day for heat, and that's going to zap a little energy. Cabrera's still got to hold on. Landis charging hard behind him. Here comes 201 now.
Yeah.
Cabrera with the front straightaway lead. Let's see if Landis can whittle away on that lead, as we've got a long way to go here in moto number 3.
Rick, the last time through, you watch Landis. His arms are up. He's in forward on the boat. He's in full-on attack mode. Meanwhile, Cabrera is just trying to save it. His back's starting to hurt a lot. It hurts so much.
So
I
is
can
mine.
Feel it.
So
yeah,
is
exactly.
mine.
And you can see Cabrera now. He keeps looking over. Where's Landis?
Yep.
How many more laps to go? I can keep it up. I know I can do it. And meanwhile, Christopher Landis is like, old man, I am on you.
He can see him. He's right in front of him. He's got him in his sights. And one more time, Cabrera looks over, shakes his head a little bit, and is like, man, this guy's dogging me. I got to wick it up. Now, they are very close. They train together. So
Yeah.
Landis and Cabrera are intimately familiar with each other's
Yes, they are.
speed.
Yeah. And I guarantee you right now, Cabrera's thinking, man, I wish I would have slept another 20 minutes this morning. If only I had one more power bar before I got out there.
Well, David Cabrera is kind of the ringleader of a great training area in his area near Miramar, Florida. They've got an area where they've got buoys set up for permanent training facility, much like Body Beach and Lake Havasu. And these guys, Landis is there, Cabrera's there, and many other riders go there to ride.
Every week, multiple times a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so these guys know what's up. They know each other. They know their skis. In fact, Landis, definitely being helped by Cabrera. Landis on a fast power sports GP1, as is Cabrera. Some refer to those boats as the South African boats now, the South African GP1s, as opposed to the U.S. GP1s coming from Commander Fast Power Sports, the South African version. And, we got to keep that straight. It's got,
Well, I want to bring some math into the equation here, the final moto. For the only way that David Cabrera, other than a mechanical breakdown, can lose the overall is if he finishes last and Landis or Fabreau, because they're tied on points, finishes first.
Yep.
That's an unlikely scenario.
It is a very unlikely scenario, but, it's racing. We've seen it happen. It would almost take David to either get tossed off the boat or have a mechanical for him not to win the overall today.
That's the only possibility that Landis and Fabreau have, unless they can wake it up this last part of the moto and make a pass.
Yep, absolutely. But Carrera not letting off, man. In fact, he is stretching that lead out right now over Landis. He had a straightaway lead. Now he's got over
two laps to go.
And he stretched it out now. So this is David Cabrera's day, no doubt about it. It looked like it was going to be Jules Hopkins' day early on.
Yes, it did.
We thought, oh, man, Jules is looking good. Cabrera reeled him in and was hanging with him, but it was Jules really taking control of this race early on. Fortunes have changed for Jules. He dropped out with a mechanical, and now David Cabrera is looking so good out in front, Kurt.
Wow, Cabrera just came up to lap a rider, and I was going to tell you, man, that is something that could really throw a wrench in the works. As Cabrera did the right thing, gave him the lapped rider lots of room when he went by. No way he wants to impact him. And here he comes, Cabrera, really stretching his lead out.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's Irck Medlin, who is in front of Christopher Landis.
The battle right now, Kurt, is between Fabreau and Landis for second.
Yeah, they've been battling all day.
They're tied in points.
Yes, they are.
So this is a battle for second overall versus third overall. So, Fabreau doing everything he can, and he is within shouting distance of Landis at the moment with about a lap and a half left.
No question. Great sportsmanship by that lapped rider to move over.
That was Medlin.
Let Fabreau have his way in. Yes, Irck Medlin. Here he comes. The Dominator.
All right, one lap to go.
Gets the white flag. One lap to go, Rick.
That's it, man. And look at the battle for second place. We got a battle, but right now, out in front and leading this thing, feeling really, really good, as he has overcome Jules Hopkins, Landis, Fabreau, and putting in a nice final lap on that Fast Power Sports Cabrera Motorsports GP1, powered also by Tim Judge. And that's a great combo to have. And I'll tell you what, man, really good to see David having a great day. Such a fine gentleman, great for the sport. And David Cabrera shaking his head, going to take the win, the overall here today. Congratulations, David Cabrera, our overall winner in Pro-Am Ski GP.
Great job for him. Christopher Landis comes through in second. Kyle Fabreau makes it home in third. And what a race, man! I'll tell you,
Pro Ski GP never fails. You know,
Ever.
it always is a blast to watch.
Lots of moving parts, Rick.
Today was no exception. Heart goes out to Jules Hopkins and his father Gary, who had such a great start to the day. But that happens. That's racing.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to them when we get back to the pits, see what's going on.
Absolutely.
If they're still here, they got to go back. They may be gone already.
And that's going to wrap things up, Kurt. That is going to do it.
That is it. We'll be here tomorrow.
Yep. We will
Our
be back.
second and third motos for our amateur classes.
We've got awards coming up in a little bit for today's. Well, the only class today that we're doing awards for
Pro Ski GP
is going to be Pro-Am Ski GP. And, you moved the camera over there, did you, you little silly live caster?
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, there we are. And so that's going to wrap it up. What a day in Tavares, man. We dig Tavares. If you've been watching, you know it is a great place here. A lot of fun, great spot, and we're out on we're out on the dock today instead of in the tower. Things are moving, but what a great day! Pro-Am Ski GP delivered as usual. Congrats to David Cabrera on a win.
Great job.
We will finish up our amateur racing tomorrow.
Yep.
And what do you think, Kurt?
Well, I think that I'm sorry it's over already today. I wish we'd have 3 more motos of Pro Ski GP tomorrow as well.
Me too.
I also want to give a shout out to my wife.
Yeah.
Honey, we all missed you. The whole crew misses you. We'll catch you in Lake or we'll all be together at Lake Hartwell.
Lake Hartwell.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. And on the Pro Watercross Triple Crown, LIQUI-MOLY, JETTRIM. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
I'm Kurt Nolenberg. He's Rick Lake, and we are out of here.
You don't want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM. If you can't catch it live in person, make sure you catch it on CBS Sports Network.
Pro Watercross has enjoyed 25 successful seasons on the water. The world's greatest watercross racers excite the senses, engage audiences, and build communities through integrated campaigns that get results.
It's a great tour. It hits a lot of hot spots. It travels, a lot of the U.S. And it brings you to all kinds of different demographics of people that you're racing against, people that you don't get to see all the time. It's a tour that is complete, from kids racing to adults racing, a lot of spectators, and just the best locations to go to. Daytona, Panama City Beach, Pensacola. We're in Georgia, Racine, Wisconsin, Texas. We go everywhere.
Beautiful spot, Naples, Florida. You can't get any better than that. And LIQUI-MOLY launching this range, it's marine range, partnering with such a great entity is just beautiful.
For season 26 and beyond, Pro Watercross continues its leadership role in environmental education, safety, and with a family-friendly vibe.
A lot of good people here. It's a good place to raise your kids and teach them how to succeed in a competitive environment. I've been doing it since 1996. My 17-year-old son's now 3-time world champion at jet ski racing, and he grew up by my side.
Are you ready? Get online with prowatercross.org.
Somebody comes out of this race as a world champion.
My name is Juan Liscano, and I ride for Miami Jet Ski Shop. Miami Jet Ski Shop sticks to liquid moly, where we keep all our vehicles tip-top with the best in the industry. When it comes to performance or servicing, there's nothing better in the market than liquid moly.
Want to miss the best pro watercross racers in the world. This is the LIQUI-MOLY Pro Watercross National Tour, presented by JETTRIM.